Yo, what's up, guys? Happy Tuesday, guys. What's up? Oh, man. No. I tried doing something about my hair. I can't do anything. It's just like that. What's up, dudes? Jace, Kevin, David, Kat, Sam. What up? Well, I got a haircut like last month. Because I'm growing my hair back out just a little bit. Probably won't grow it as long as I did the first time I grew it out, but it's in an awkward spot at the moment, so yeah, we're ticking. What's good? Fucking freezing, dude. Have y'all put anything on the list as far as variety shit? Yay? Nay? Oh, actually. I'm gonna need to have this here anyways. Might as well move it now. Yeah, if you guys haven't requested anything, go ahead and request something. Because usually, we do the patron stuff first. Actually, we're doing that Ren video first. That's why I put it in the title. From now on, I'm just gonna title my streams, and whatever the title is what we're reacting to first. Whatever I decide to react to first, I guess. That shit is out. No, I don't want to do that. Umbreon, hello, my dude. What's good? How was your Tuesday? How was your week? How is the later half of y'all's year? Because, you know, the year is almost over. It's October. Got it. Alright. Hopefully Jeff gets here soon. Because he's the one that really wanted me to watch this. I was just genuinely curious. So... Yo, Christian, what's good? Alright. We're leading off with... Well, I don't know what we're leading off with. Let me actually... Because I checked earlier and there was some shit in there. Alrighty. The Legend of Florida's Lieutenant Dan. Surviving the hurricane and the internet. I'm down. By Angry Cops. But the art of the shit, Andy. Art of this. So cold. All right, yeah, we're gonna lead with Kevin's probably not here. Wait, no, Kevin is here. Please, some Angry Cops. And then we'll just no. We have to do Run because I put that in the title. We're doing that first, and then we'll do Angry Cops, and then yeah.
FanDuel is giving new customers.
Oh. Yeah, hold on, actually. No, we're good. Hold on. All right. Oh my god. Yeah, put it on the list, please. Hold on. Hopefully this doesn't. Hold on. If you have a request and you're a patron, put it in the patron request area. I know exactly where that is. If you're not a patron, put it in the non-patron request area. I know exactly where that is. So, hold on. I'm gonna pull up my Discord. That is shit. Alright. I can, hold on. Man, fuck. Alright. So... variety stream requests. Okay, so right here, if you're not a patron, this area, public, food, chat, and then variety stream, That's where y'all put y'all's requests. For all patrons, y'all know where the patron section is, so just let me know where you put it. Alright, I know where they both are. For the patron section, it's like right here somewhere. Yeah, public stream requests. What does that say? Don't give her that stone? I'm down. The Fight Electrician, America's legendary Marine Sniper, Carlos White Feather Hathcock. Okay. We're gonna have to split this one, but after this one, I'll go to shorter ones. Okay. Yeah. I still have to edit that Ace of Aces video. So I haven't even started with that. Like, fuck. I gotta do that sometime this week. I can't wait till Sunday to start that because that's an all day affair. That's like an hour and 10-minute reaction. No, longer than that, like hour 30, because the video itself is hour 10. All right, let me just look through this. We've done most of all of these on the list. Yeah, the new ones are Don't Give Her That Stone, Some Fat Electrician, and then on the non-patron side we have Angry Cops and Robinson Foundry. Okay. I got it. Killing me. All right. We're just gonna minimize this. I'll keep it like that. All right. And I'm I put in a request for the stream. Yeah, I saw it. I think I just read it. So, and if we don't lag or drop frames, I'll leave my Discord open and I'll just operate with my Discord on my PC instead of operating with my Discord over here because I have to keep the brightness on this computer down because it's old and it tends to want to overheat. So like I keep all the settings down so sometimes I can barely see what the fuck I'm looking at. I still need it for chat, but no, that's not okay. And we'll just leave Discord on this side and we'll just go back to the other desktop. We're good. We're leading with this anyways, so. Okay. This is titled Why Sick Boy is Off All Streaming Platforms. YouTube, the Kujo Beats, and Ren situation. Alright, so we covered the diss track, and the diss track was fire. And it was really, really good. And I believe that after I live streamed that reaction, I cut it, edited it, and uploaded that reaction to YouTube in its own video. I believe. If y'all haven't seen it, y'all can go see it. Go on. So yeah, I believe we talked about this whenever we watched the video because I didn't really understand what was happening up until a certain point in the song, and I was like, oh, I get it now. I understand. So this is gonna break down that initial understanding that I had. Because when it comes to copyright is it can be beneficial, but it can also be a bullshit tool that people use to try to fuck you over or abuse the system in ways that is not. And YouTube will get you if you abuse copyright, bro. Really. Or the copyright system, just like copywriting people or striking people for no fucking reason, or for fair use, or for transformative content and all that shit. People hate that, and YouTube will take action damn near almost instantly because they don't like that shit either. But I don't think they know how to put anything in place that keeps people from abusing copyright. So, except for, you know, just banning and terminating them. But they can always just make an account. But, all right. I don't even have my headphones in. Hold on. Shit. Fucked up. All right. Here we go.
This is a video that I never, ever really wanted to have to make, but it's very important for me that I do. All the time, artists all over the world pour their souls into their work, and that work is tainted by money or greed. A lot of you will have been asking me the question why Sick Boy has disappeared now, as well as YouTube on streaming services. It's a video that was very close to me. It's a video that told my story about my health. It's a video that told the story of many other people who have been gaslit by the medical community. It's a story of greed in the music industry, ironically, funnily enough. It's also a song that I poured tens of thousands of pounds into for a music video, for promotion. It was also the leading title of the only #1 album that I've got, so I was very, very proud of it. And we'll no longer have that song, guys. And I want to go into the reasons why. Also, I do recommend sticking around to the end of this video because I've got a very exciting announcement about all of this that relates to all of this right at the end. People who
I'm about to smash this motherfucker in about 2 days' time. I think that's what that is. If he's referencing the diss track there, then yeah, been there.
Who've been following me for a while, they'll know the sort of person I am. They know the principles that I have, and they'll know how I treat other independent artists. So they'll know why it was so important for me to have to make this video. And I want it to be as unbiased as possible. Obviously, I'm emotionally affected by it, and that may leak in, right? But I want to share entire clips of these conversations so there can be no doubt. Also, if Kujo and his girlfriend want to share any more screenshots of other those conversations, I encourage them to, because I believe that this should all be public knowledge so there can be no doubt. Rather than taking people's words from it, I would like them just to see transparently what has happened here. To give
That would be nice, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it? Ren, you hear it from directly from them instead of yeah.
Context for all of this. Back in 2022, I buy a beat from BeatStars, right? For anyone who doesn't know, BeatStars is a platform that connects producers to artists who need beats. I do produce most of my own work, but I wanted to find some hip-hop beats for inspiration. What I would usually do is buy a beat, arrange it slightly differently, tweak it myself, add my own vocals, add my own layers and stuff like that. I find this banging beat, right? From a producer called Kujo Beats, which I buy an unlimited license for. This is all very important to keep in mind.
Okay. I got it. This is all very brand new to me, man, because I'm not a musician. I mean, I'm friends with a musician. He goes by the name of Kid, and he's explained to me like the whole beat selection world, just in phone calls and stuff. But I understand. One music video, that's all you get. Used for music recording, distribute unlimited copies, unlimited online audio streams, regardless the platform, right? So Spotify, YouTube, hell, even TikTok and fucking Apple Music and yada yada. Radio broadcast rights, unlimited stations, for-profit live performances, one music video. I think he followed all the rules here from what I saw, because he said he made a music video, one music video, and then that's it. I don't know if he performed it, but he can. I don't know if he distributed copies, but he can. Obviously, he streamed it to the internet. I don't know if Ren's music plays on the radio. And then he records. Unlimited use, bro. That's an important word. Unlimited. Which means that it can't be taken back. I don't think. there's probably a lot of paperwork and signing and contracts that go into that, or maybe like getting shit notarized and stuff like that. Probably be a good idea to avoid whatever happened here. I don't know. Let's keep going so we can find out.
Mind for later on, right? I buy an unlimited license, which means that I am able to put it on all streaming platforms and get as many streams as I want, and all recording on platforms like YouTube, etc. Right? After I do this, I send my YouTube guy that I work with, and I send the publishing team an email just giving them a heads up, being like, "Yo, guys, I bought this beat. They need to be registered correctly. Content ID needs to be turned off." I'll put a clip of that. I'm putting screenshots of those messages here, just in case Kujo claims I never.
Hold on. Yeah. Because Sick Boy was a licensed beat, thought I'd send you guys this to make sure nothing will be breaching the contract. We'll need to turn Content ID off when distributing the audio and visual. Yeah, you need to turn the Content ID off because as of now, at this current time, it still belongs to Kujo. Even if money was exchanged, that Content ID needs to be turned off for Ren's sake, if he's going to plan on making money off of this. Because if it's not, that money's just going to go to Kujo.
Never did this. I did do this. I also went the extra mile and messaged the team and said, look, we need to credit him on Spotify credits and stuff like that as well, because sometimes artists don't always fully credit producers. I think that I
forget or something like that, probably.
Forgot to do it in the YouTube description for like the first month or two, and then I updated it, and then he was fully credited the whole time, right? That was just
I understand. You forget sometimes. Yeah, like I react to music, and sometimes I've forgotten to put the artist's video and like the original video in my description, and I always go back and fix it. But I get it. You just forget. Not that big of a deal.
A lapse because there was a lot going on. I was in Canada treating and stuff. But anyway, he was credited fully, like very soon in everywhere, and as far as I was aware, registered everywhere. So I don't think anything of it, right? Also, in the BeatStars contract, it says very clearly that the person selling you the beat has to own the beat. And if there are any elements of the beat that he doesn't own, he has to let you know. This is very important to remember.
I'm assuming that if you're selling the beat but don't own it, that's illegal. You can't sell something that's not yours. You know what I mean? But producer warns that he did not sample, as the term is commonly understood in the recording industry, any copyrighted material or sound recordings belonging to any other person, firm, or corporation, hereinafter referred to as owner, without first having notified licensee. Licensee shall have no obligation to approve the use of any sample thereof. Oh my god, that's like legalese talk right there. Fuck it, he'll explain it.
But what is to follow as well, right? So yeah, I think there's no problems. I buy the beat, I record a song, and this is before things have blown up with my music, so I'm still pretty underground artist at this point. I record the track, put it out. I even get a message from him at some point, which is also important to remember because of the hypocrisy of this whole situation. That's like, wicked, I love the track, okay? Remember that too. Before I begin, I just want to add this. I have no problem with BeatStars. I think they're a very innovative company who actually help people make art, which I'm very, very passionate about. I think the contracts and the things you're getting into could be clearer, because we're now in a situation negotiating older tracks bought from BeatStars. I would love to talk to the, if anyone from there is watching, I imagine they will be at some point, I would love to talk to the CEO, founder of BeatStars, face to face, just because I want to understand how something like this could have happened, and I want to understand why it escalated the way it did, because from what I've heard, he's someone who cares a lot about artists, and someone who creates a platform like that, I think must be very passionate about music. I'd love to...
There's gotta be some kind of... I don't know what happened yet, but some nefarious shit went down on behalf of Kujo Beats, and just like YouTube, just like Twitch, just like every other platform that came before it, sometimes there's just a loophole within their platform, or there's something that's not working correctly, working correctly, or there's something that is easily sidestepped as far as their entire platform and the integration and how it works and how it's supposed to behave, right? It's it's the I guess it's the same thing on YouTube, man. When you have someone abusing the copyright system, there's really nothing in place to stop them from doing that. And the only thing that you can do is that if it happens to you and someone's abusing copyright on you, the only thing you can do is just dispute it or roll over. That's it. Until YouTube steps in and fixes it, you notify YouTube like, "Hey, I'm getting fucked here." And then they'll look into it, and until then, you're just gonna have to grit your teeth and take it until they do something about it, because disputing it, you got to go to court. And do you have the money to go to court? Even if you did, do you want to go to court just for like a 3-minute video, right? Or a 10-minute video or a 50-minute video? In this case, this is really important. This made him a lot of money, and this took a lot of time and a lot of investment. So yeah, I would assume he would go to court for this shit. But all the other people that aren't like Ren, that have 3, 4, 5,000 subscribers, and someone's fucking with you with the copyright system, you kind of just have to take it, unfortunately. And that's just the way it goes. And people ask all the time, like, YouTube, what the fuck are you doing? What can you do? Like, can you fix this? And no, it's kind of just one of those things where you kind of have to get punched in the face and just wait for the person that punched you to get arrested. There's nothing you can do, unfortunately. And maybe that's how BeatStars is homie found a fucking loophole and a way on how to fuck someone, and either they didn't know, or they do know and can't fix it, or they're trying to fix it, or it's taken time, or something like that. But it's the same as some of these other platforms. It's just whenever someone finds a way to cheat the system or cheat the platform or just do something nefarious like that, it's just, I don't know. It's just my whole thing. Katai, what's
to chat
up?
to you if you're listening, and I'd love to figure out why this happened and how we can stop things like this happening in the future. I also think that there needs to be a bit more stringent checks on if people are selling unlicensed samples, because then things tend to get a little bit sticky like they have here. Anyway, that's it. I have no problem with BeatStars, because I'm not interested in going to war with them, because I think that it's really cool that there's a platform like that exists for artists and producers to be connected.
All Ren is saying is that BeatStars needs to reevaluate how their company is operating in regards to this specific situation right here.
Just thought I'd put that out there, make that clear. Right, so I arrive home from Canada after a 1.5 year long treatment of treating brain damage and autoimmunity, which a lot of you will know if you've been following my journey. And I'm expecting a nice 2 weeks with my mates before I do my first ever solo show in 5 years because of my health. So I'm just like, I want a nice chill time. I want to be able to focus on rehearsing and stuff. Very early on, I wake up to a message saying, "Yo, your song Sick Boy has been taken down." So I look at it, and sure enough, it's been copyright striked from this guy Kujo Beats' channel. And initially I'm like, oh, this just must be some automatic fuck up. So like, I don't take it too seriously. I send him a message like, "Yo, there must have been a technical error or something here." No response for 2 days. So I'm like, what's going on? So I check his channel, and then I see a comment of that beat that he licensed me, and I see a comment that's like, "Ren has left me no choice. I'm sorry that I had to do this." And I'm like, okay, so this was intentional. Like, what? Like, the last conversation I had with this guy was months ago, with him being like, "Yo, big up your work, it's sick." So I'm like super confused about it.
I'm wondering at this point, what was Kujo Beats before Ren? What was Kujo Beats' biggest song? What was his most popular beat? What was the one beat that was widely known, right? What was it? Because from the outside looking in, right now at this point, it just seems like Kujo Beats made beats. I'm just guessing here before it continues. He was making beats, saw relative success, and then Ren comes along and makes a song with his beat that blows the fuck up, bro. And he's just like, you know what? I'd rather just have that beat back and like sell it to someone else for more money. Because I see how much money you're making and I kind of want in on that. So yeah, I'm just gonna take the beat back. because everyone knows this beat now and everyone loves it, and I can make a profit. And I didn't really know how much of a profit this song was going to produce, and so yeah, right? No, we'll see. I don't know. That's just the way it looks like from the outside looking in.
So I send him another email like, dude, what's going on? Again, I get absolutely no response. So I put a comment in his YouTube comment section and I'm like, bro, I'm trying to get hold of you. Why are you ignoring me? Like, I just want to resolve this amicably. What's going on? Finally, I get a response on Instagram. And for the sake of this video, I'm just going to put all of these responses in their full form so that there can be no doubt as to what happened. I'm just going to read out like the key moments and explain the key moments. But if anyone's like interested in deep diving so there can be no doubt as to what's happened here, feel free to pause it. If Kujo and his girlfriend, like I said, feel like I've left anything out, they are welcome to post it. I have nothing to hide about this situation. So he responds and he tells me that he's been talking to my lawyer for months, which I have no idea about. I've been in Canada. And he seems like quite a nice...
Hold on. God, I kind of want to read this, but how they came to this. I specifically asked my legal rep not to request a strike since I wanted to avoid this type of situation. My rep has been in contact with your lawyer, who has been exceedingly incompetent in his handling of the situation. That's probably a lie, because no. If anything, you can still tell him. You don't need the, like... So when it came to purchasing the beat, no rep, no lawyer needed. But now there's a representative needed and a lawyer. Nah, bro. Nah. And on top of that, I doubt that Ren's lawyer is going to get this news that has legal and monetary ramifications for Ren. I doubt his lawyer is going to leave Ren in the dark about this. 100%, bro. And if he did, fire that fucking lawyer. But I doubt that's the case. And again, you could have reached out to Ren. I mean, you had no problem getting in contact with him and having conversations for the sale of the beat. But now everything has to go through middlemen. All right. That doesn't look shady at all.
Lawyer for months, which I have no idea about. I've been in Canada. And he seems like quite a nice guy initially, so I'm like, okay, maybe this has all just been a misunderstanding. I remember even saying to like Connor and that, I was like, this has probably just been a misunderstanding and something's gone wrong here. Don't worry. He seems like you're all right, dude. We will sort this out. But then after that little exchange, I noticed a comment in the YouTube comment section on his video saying that I'm lying about the situation.
I've waited over a year for Ren and his team to follow the terms of the contract they signed for this beat. During this whole period, I have not issued any strikes, but it was unlimited use. It was unlimited use. What are you talking about? I asked my legal representative not to issue strikes initially, as I hoped Ren and his team would do the right thing. So, Kujo, wouldn't you have thought, like, okay, I called his lawyer, if that's even true, and my team got with his team, if that's even true, right? And some time goes by and you don't hear a response, so you just don't go to Ren yourself? You don't go to Ren yourself, bro? I hate when people do that shit. I truly despise when people that, like, they don't come to you first. They hear some shit or say some shit. They don't even ask you. They don't even tell you. Like, you could have said something to Ren. After that lapse in time where you didn't hear anything, supposedly, you could have directly reached out to Ren. What was so hard about that? Nothing. Nothing was hard about that. You purposely put yourself in the dark and excommunicated yourself until the time was right for you to pull this shit, and then you can play the victim and be like, oh, Ren was ignoring me. Okay.
When I thought that we like on the same page here, so I pull him up on it, and he's like, oh no, I didn't say you were lying, when he clearly did. That should have been like the first red flag for me, but still giving him the benefit of the doubt, I was like, okay, maybe another misunderstanding. Anyway, so I contact my lawyer to find out what the hell's happening, because I'm in the dark about all of this.
Cannabis. It's not just legal in 38 states. It's a $36 billion global industry. And it's growing. Are you?
Situation. And he explains to me that I've been sold a beat with a stolen sample, with an unlicensed sample, and that the Bulgarian choir sample owners had chased him and gone, look, you've used this beat without permission, you've used this sample without permission, and so you...
So how the fuck does any of this fall on Ren? Huh? I don't understand. Why are you going after Ren? You're peddling stolen property. You're peddling stolen property. And it's his fault? That... What? I don't... That's like... It's like I go to a yard sale and buy a bike, only for the cops to show up at my house and arrest me for a stolen bicycle. And I'm like, bro, I bought this at a yard sale. What are you talking about? But here, take the bike back then. I didn't steal it.
You need to give us 50% of the publishing split. And what my lawyer's done, because we were sold a beat in good faith and it wasn't actually cleared, he's reached out to Kujo and gone, look, I think you need to absorb this for selling this in bad faith, basically. And they've gone...
Oh, damn. Okay, hold on. Let's see.
No, we're not going to absorb that. And then it's escalated, and they've, I think because my lawyer was being slightly slow with the responses, they also, keep in mind, I don't know any of this is happening right now. To get my attention, they issue a copyright strike on the video, which affects my YouTube channel, by the way. Yeah, and the video gets taken down as a form of leverage, which is a bizarre way of dealing with things, I think, because...
It's a bizarre way of dealing with this situation, being that what they just struck and what they just took down was sold by them to you, but they didn't own it. So... I don't even, it's like...
Would have been a good idea to contact me, maybe,
That's
like anyone.
That's what I'm saying.
Anyone first, if this was getting so, like, blown up. Like, maybe the lawyers, maybe Kujo could have actually reached out to me, the artist. Nobody did.
That's what I said.
So I found that a bit bizarre. Any fucking way. Then I read another comment that Kujo's posted, calling me a coward to pay the royalties he's owed. And I'm like... What royalty? That's also...
He sold you an unlimited use beat and now wants royalties. It's because the beat is stolen and he's having to pay someone else for the beat he sold you. That's it. That's it. This dude's a turd.
In my head, the publishers are just paying him the money, and now the situation has to change until everyone agrees on it. But I wasn't even privy to that conversation about what a fair split should be yet. So I was like, "What? I don't owe you. I don't owe."
The real problem here is I know that Ren didn't want to blame what is the name of the company, BeatStar or something like that. I know that Ren didn't want to blame them, but this is entirely their fault. How does their platform allow a stolen instrumental, a stolen beat to be sold? How do you even allow stolen shit to be sold on your platform to help other artists? This is just going to make it to where artists aren't even going to want to use your platform. They're not even going to want to use you as a provider for music. And this will hurt your brand if you don't fix it.
Owe this guy money. Like, there's no master splits on the BeatStars contracts, by the way. So all money that comes in to Kujo, which should be paid to Kujo, rightly so, comes from the publisher, which has nothing to do with me, by the way.
Yeah.
I explained this so many times in this conversation, by the way, and he's adamant to say, probably short of like 50 times, pay me my money. I am nothing to do with his money, right? So it's a very bizarre thing to keep saying, but I try to explain that to him patiently, never really takes it in. Anyway, he calls me a coward on this comment, so I pull him up on that. This actually starts to then rub me up a little bit. So I'm like, I pull him up on that.
Now I'm starting to get pissed off. Like, I've done giving you the benefit of the doubt. I thought you were a nice guy. I've been nice. I've been cordial. I can see why he released the diss track now, because up to this point, he's been relatively pleasant, and now you're just...
It's saying, like, the hell, like, cowardly. Anyway, I'm still giving him the benefit of the doubt at this point. Anyway, despite this, I feel like
I don't understand why your lawyer didn't tell you anything. This is on him. No, this is on you. You sold someone a stolen instrumental, and now the people that own that instrumental want money from you because you're selling their product. But you already sold the product for $99 for unlimited use. It is not Ren's responsibility to now foot the bill for what you owe your publisher. Again, like you're trying to make it seem like Ren owes you when he doesn't. This was a simple exchange of monetary value for a good, right? The good being the beat. So stop trying to extort people because you're running your business all fucked up.
like he's probably just misinformed. So I still take his side on it, and I go on to reassure him he'll get paid his publishing money because I want him to get paid his publishing money. Doesn't affect me in any way. So like, I was like, yeah, I'll chase it up for you. I let him know that I'm happy to split publishing if there's a bit of a grey area, and I'm kind of reassuring him. It's really important to remember this, by the way, guys, because some of the lies that are posted later make me out to be really unreasonable. So I'm like, yo, if there's some simple mistake, let's split the publishing. It's cool. I'm happy to do that. Yeah. Anyway, so he comes back to me and lies more. He says it's always up to the performer to clear the sample. It's not. It's up to the producer. But unless there's been a conversation. But in this case, as you can see, we're willing to make concessions for you to get your fair share. So actually, it's me making the concessions here because he sold a stolen sample.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you know what? You can still have some published.
It's like, hold on. He said, it's always up to the performer to clear the sample. No, it's up to you to make sure that you're not selling stolen property. You ass.
Making the concessions here because he sold a stolen sample, and I'm like, you know what? You can still have some publishing split, right? So like, I'm actually being the one that's being quite reasonable here, and he's flipped on his head like, we'll be good to you, you know, because I've done nothing wrong in this situation. Anyway, I was like, and then he says, I was under the impression you would have received a warning. I had no idea that the video would be completely taken down. Another lie, as you'll see soon. He and his lawyer agreed to take this video.
You know that. Hold on. Let me see if I can remember correctly. Never mind.
Down as a form of leverage. It was our only possible negotiation tactic to get a response.
It wasn't. You could have actually reached out to Ren directly, but you're not going to do that because reaching out to Ren directly wouldn't have helped you in what you're trying to accomplish, which is some shady ass shit.
Maybe message me. They're scratching their head. How can we get a response? Okay, we'll take his video down, issue a copyright strike, which also I didn't actually violate the contract, not intentionally. So the only possible tactic, dude, message me.
Yeah.
Send me an email.
Yeah.
Like you've messaged me before to tell me that you love my.
But that wouldn't, like I said, that wouldn't help with his agenda, man. Unfortunately.
Work. So like, send me an email about this. Anyway, he says he also wants to wrap it up immediately and get the song back online. Another lie, as you will see later on, because he decides to stick to his guns and use the video as leverage. Anyway, the plot thickens. I get an email from their lawyer, and I'm not going to share it in case they start claiming I'm sharing things I'm not supposed to. But I get an email, and it says, on top of the publishing split, they want a £3,000 payment, right? They want a 15% retroactive split of the master, which has nothing to do with publishing, which means like 15% of everything the song has ever made since it came out. Retroactively, so since it's come out to this moment and then into the future, when I've paid for an unlimited sample, unlimited license beat, and with that, you're talking money from record sales, you're talking...
This is something that you should have told Ren at the very beginning. But let me guess, you're not going to tell anyone this at the very beginning, because if you led with this type of information, no one would ever purchase from you. Bro, no artist would ever purchase from you if all of that was the case, which is why you didn't.
Money from streaming things. you're talking all of that when they haven't put any effort into promoting the song. He's made a beat and he's stolen part of the beat, and he wants 15% of everything the song has ever made for that, plus the £3,000 advance. Out of principle, I wasn't going to give him that. But because like may have been slightly open to negotiations if they hadn't used the song as leverage and actually treated me like a decent person. I hadn't put like lies about the situation.
I was willing to work with you, but you wanted to be a fucking dick. So now I'm not gonna pay you, and now I don't even give a fuck about the song, and I'll still be good because people love me and I'm an amazing artist. Who the fuck are you exactly?
Right? But out of principle, I wasn't going to agree to that. And also to clarify, when I've been in rooms with producers and we've made a song from scratch, I've done a lot of like 50-50 splits, or I've done like 25-75, or with other collaborated artists, we just agree on a split that's like 50-50, 25. So, you know, like 15% isn't outrageous, right? No. What's outrageous is that they already sold it with an unlimited license right from the get-go. So you go into BeatStars thinking, I'm buying an unlimited license for this much money, right? And I was broke at the time.
It's literally what fucking Amazon Prime does to you. To all of you that have Amazon Prime, it's literally what Amazon Prime does. So you pay for Amazon Prime thinking, okay, right, I pay for Prime Video, right, monthly. I can watch everything on Amazon Prime, right? Wrong. You pay for Prime and then you see, I want to watch that. And you click on it and they're like, nope, give us more money to watch this one specific thing that you should already be able to watch because you pay for Prime. Stupid. Fucking stupid.
When I bought that beat. So it's like, you go into the situation buying something and then later on down the line, it can come back and sting you if they go, oh, this slight thing, well, we found a loophole here, which means then now you owe us all this.
Yeah, that should be illegal, actually. And I feel like a lot of companies actually do that. It's called hidden fees, right? You see it all the time with like cell phone commercials. Are you tired of signing a contract and then, you know, the following year, the price goes up and your payments go up and everything's more expensive and blah blah blah. Yeah, hidden fees. That should be illegal, but
money, right? So it's like, it was kind of unfair because say you buy a painting off somebody for £10, and then the price of it,
bro, say he's using paintings, I'm gonna use drugs as an example. I smoke weed, right? Let's say I go to a dealer and I pay him $100 for some weed, and then I go home, and then a day later he shows up at my house with a fucking gun, puts it in my face, and he's like, you still owe me $300. I'm like, but you said it was 100. I paid you 100 and I left. What are you talking about? It doesn't make fucking sense, does it? That's just bad business.
Rises exponentially.
And in the drug world, that's how you get killed, so don't fuck around.
Because maybe the painter dies or something, or he becomes really popular. You don't then just go back to the person you sold it to and go, oh, that painting's worth like 20 times more now, give me a bit more money for it, because the transaction's been done. And that's kind of how I felt about the BeatStars thing. It wasn't about me losing money, it was about the principle of like, we've stepped into the
Ren, you can always make more money, and with Ren, he's great, he'll make more money. Money's not the problem. It's just, and I'm the same way. I'm a man of principle, man. Fuck the money. It's just
disagreement. And I was in full
values, ethics, morals, respect, all that shit. Worth more than money to some people.
Full faith, thinking I was buying an unlimited sample, but that's unlimited license. Sorry, but that's not actually what's happened, is it? Right? And it says that if I don't agree to this, they're within their right to claim 100% of the song because I have breached something in the contract. Right? Now,
I would never put the song back on YouTube. That's it. That's what they want to do, right? They want more money for the song. They want to make money off the song. I completely understand why you're not going to put it back on the platform. I hope you don't put it back on the platform. That's it. I hope you don't put it anywhere. Fuck it. Because I understand.
This is what I breached. Apparently, Content ID was turned on the track, okay, on YouTube. As you'll see from my earlier on in this video, I actually specifically requested Content ID was turned off, and my YouTube guide did turn it off.
I have a question because I simply just genuinely don't know the answer. Why couldn't you have put your own content ID on the song? You on the beat. You bought it. You have unlimited use for all intents and purposes. Quote unquote, it's yours. Why couldn't you put the content, or does it not work that way? I don't know how it works. I was just asking.
There has been something to do with the distribution where somewhere along the line, even after I specifically requested this, it may have gotten turned on at some point, right? Where this doesn't actually make any money, which we've got proof of, because I actually let reactors, I let content creators monetize their own videos where they're reacting to my songs. I've done this since the start because I believe that everyone should get paid. It helps promote me. I'm not losing out. Everyone's a winner. A rising tide lifts all ships, baby. So, like,
I love everything about what he just said. That was like the best way to say it. Really, that was fantastic.
I'm like, they're using this as leverage, but legally, but thus is the world. They actually had something to lean on with that. So they were like, look, if you don't agree to these terms, 15% retroactive master split, this share on publishing, and a £3,000 advance against the master, we're going to take 100% of what you own. At this point, I'm obviously pretty...
I've got the plans for Halloween.
annoyed, which is pretty understandable, right? Anyway, at this point, they've got my attention, so there's no reason they need to use the video for Sick Boy as leverage, right? So I give them a fair warning. I'm like, mate, if you don't put the video back up on Friday, I'm going to have to put a public post explaining why it's down. And I give him a fair warning, which is also important to remember, because later on he plays the victim, saying that I've put a post encouraging my fans to bully him, which I didn't. I gave him a fair warning about it. I never once encouraged them to bully him. I just needed to explain.
Pulled a page straight from the Japanese. Listen.
Important to remember, because later on he plays the victim, saying that I've put a post encouraging my fans to bully him, which I didn't.
You talked all that shit. Reminds me of the Japanese. Talked all that shit. Did a whole bunch of shady shit. Did a whole bunch of illegal shit. And then you get fucked on. Nuclear bomb drops on you in the form of a fucking diss track, and now you want to play victim? Your fans are being mean to me? You goddamn right they're being mean to you, man. And for good reason. They wouldn't be mean to you if you weren't a turd. And that's just the way it goes. Artists, YouTubers, celebrities, they can't control their fans. They can only say what they say, and then their fans act accordingly. That's so, I don't know. Shut the fuck up.
I gave him a fair warning.
Oh, Luna, I'm doing good. How are you?
About it. I never once encouraged them to bully him. I just needed to explain why my video was down, because this was proper stressing me out, and I feel like I didn't want to be silenced about the whole situation. The time comes around, I put the post out, and I'm always still thinking for like a positive solution here. So I have like a brainwave of like, oh, I've got a brilliant solution, right? So I approach him and I'm like, dude, look, I know that things got complicated here, but out of principle, I don't really want to budge on the master split for this thing, but I've got a much better idea, because a lot of my fan base are like now giving him, because I put the public post out, a lot of my fan base are giving him grief, and I'm like, you know what? I want this guy's life to get ruined because of this. Like, despite how frustrated it's made me, I didn't want this guy to get ruined. I didn't want him to get abused about it. I just wanted to get the song back. That was the thing. So like, I sent him a message. I'm like, dude, look, I thought of a thing, because I am a man of principle. I didn't want to bend to threats and stuff about the song being claimed 100%. So I'm like, I've got a much better idea. Let's make a song. We'll split it 50-50 down the middle. Master, publishing, everything. A song from scratch. Then if we do that way, it'll be like a fuck you to the industry, yeah? You and me on a track. You'll make way more money this way because it's 50-50. You'll also get my fan base on your side. It's going to be a great thing, because I'm always like, I want to look forward. I don't want to look backwards. I don't want to look at all these things that happened in the past. I'm like, this is actually going to make him even more. And he rejected it. He turned it down, which I still think to this day is a bit of a silly move given what happened and what happened next. But it's a shame, man. And if you're watching this, you really should have taken that. I'm sure you are watching it. You really should have taken that deal. It was...
Should have taken the caddies, boys. Y'all ever seen that movie with Tom Cruise? He's like, yeah, I'll buy y'all all caddies for your troubles, right? and then he gets set free by Governor Bill Clinton. You ever seen that movie? Forget what it's called, but should have taken the caddies, boys. Damn.
Brilliant. Not only would it set you up with way more money, which is obviously what you most care about in this situation,
Right.
but it also got loads of my fans on your side, which would also set you up for all things that you release independently as well, and you'd have come out this looking good.
Because his fans would have supported your beat making and vice versa, and it could have been a very, very symbiotic relationship, but you're too much of an idiot. So you missed out on that opportunity to work with Ren. I can only imagine how many people would do borderline illegal things just to work with this man on a song, on a beat. Hell, there's people out there that just want to talk to Ren just to get his advice. That's it. And you fumbled the bag. He offered you, damn, that's all right. When you let ego get in the way, you're never gonna fucking excel. Really.
Shame. I offered you that olive branch. I offered quite a few olive branches on numerous occasions, which you weren't interested in. Then after that, there's a post on Instagram saying that I've stolen samples from people, which is bizarre because I never have. So I send him a message being like,
the people saying that, those are just the people that already don't like you, that already have a negative disposition towards your existence, and they're just gonna latch on to whoever is talking bad about you and just parrot the same shit. So I wouldn't even worry about that.
He said that a British artist has got in touch with him and been like, Ren steal samples, which is obviously complete made up bullshit, right? Yeah. So I messaged him about that. I'm like, what samples have I stolen? The Vera Hall one that I just put out, totally cleared. We cleared that with publishing company because I actually don't like steal my samples. And then any covers that I've done, they're just on YouTube. You're allowed to do that because there's a cover license on YouTube. So like, what are you talking about? Yes. To which he then just like ignores it, takes the post down, and then like, and then just goes on some other fucking tangent. So it's like kind of grasping at straws here to make me look like the bad guy. So we arranged to have this call.
I know how that feels.
With the lawyers and Kujo, and I'm actually really excited to have the call because it's the first time I can talk to Kujo face to face, deal with this like grown-ups, like adults, and talk to each other. But it's not how it pans out. So we get on the call, and the first thing that happened is the lawyer just says, "Look, Ren, I think that you taking this public was very unprofessional." And I was like, hold on a second, I wasn't the person who took this public, first of all. Like, taking the video down is an aggressive.
That makes it public. Taking the video down makes it public because everyone's going to notice. Ren has like what, 3 million subscribers? 4, 2, 1? I don't know. He's got a lot. People are going to notice. People are going to notice when his most popular song, most of his fans' favorite song, is gone. That is making it public, bro.
It's a move. And also, I didn't take it public, first of all. Kujo was commenting countless things on his YouTube before I even make the comment. Calling me a liar, a coward, a numb. So like, to say that I took this public, nah, I just responded to what happened and then explained to my fans why the song was down. Those posts are still up for everyone to see. All the posts on his comments are still there for everybody to see. So first of all, it was kind of like, we got into it straight away with me like having to be like,
defend yourself.
I put it straight and then everyone was like, okay, yeah, fair enough. The funniest thing about that call is Kujo was on it. He did not say a single word.
I kind of figured.
Even when I like addressed him with questions, his lawyer would interject and go, I can answer that. And I'm like, yeah, I kind of want to talk to the person who's like, you know, like an adult. I want to talk.
Oh, the one person that called the other person a fucking coward. Now, Cat's got his tongue. He doesn't want to speak. What happened, man? You were so confident and you were like, nope, I don't want to work with you until this is resolved. Now's your chance to resolve it. And you can't speak? Interesting. If you're so confident and you were so right and righteous in what you were doing and how you were operating and how you were moving, you would have no problem speaking. But see, that's the problem with people that are full of shit and people that lie and people that try to deceive you. That's the problem, is that whenever they're actually forced to have the conversation to expose the truth, they're not going to want to have it. They're going to go silent, or they're going to walk away, or they're going to crawl under a hole, because if they have to actually have the conversation, they're going to look foolish, and they know this. Because they know they're lying. There's no truth to tell. And with no truth to tell, you can't say anything, hence all the fucking silence.
To this person. And then my lawyer there's even a moment where my lawyer's like, look, I want to address this question to Kujo. Do you actually feel like this situation is fair? He says nothing, and the lawyer interjects again. So for that whole call, which
Kujo, you're such a pussy, bro.
Took about half an hour, 40 minutes, he didn't say a single word. And I thought that was disrespectful, given the circumstances. He's late.
It is disrespectful, man. I don't like being anywhere that close to a coward. You might catch something. Yeah, I'd feel disrespected too. Being in that close a vicinity to a coward and a pussy, that's just some bad juju you don't want in your realm. So yeah, that is disrespectful to behave that way. It's unbecoming.
Claimed that it was because he doesn't legally know enough and it should be between the lawyers, but no, man.
You legally don't know enough yet. You're so full of shit. You knew enough 5 days ago. You knew enough last week. You knew enough until right now. You're a pussy, bro.
Like, regardless of your legal knowledge, we can still have a conversation like adults. Like, I'm not here to try and like intimidate or anything like that. I want to talk to you like a grown-up, brother. And that didn't happen. I wasn't afforded that luxury. I was talking a fair bit on that call about how I felt about the situation and what I felt was right. And I also said on that call that I didn't think that a retroactive split was right, because of all the reasons I've mentioned. But it is what it is, man. And then we came off the call and I felt pretty let down by it, to be honest. This is where the plot gets even more ridiculous. And I'm sorry this is a long video, guys, but...
Let me guess. Whenever the call ended, Kujo went back to being Mr. Chatty fucking Cathy behind the goddamn keyboard, huh?
This is mad, and this is emotionally exhausting, this bit. So I read a bunch of comments on Instagram from this person talking about the contract, saying things that aren't actually in the contract. I'm like, who the is this? So I message him and be like, yo, by the way, you're misinformed. The contract actually doesn't state that it's on me to clear the samples. Then I click on the profile, I realise that it's Kujo's girlfriend, so I immediately unsend all those messages. Because to be honest, look, he was getting grief from my fans, and I think to myself, you know what?
Fried chicken, and wontons, and teriyaki glaze, and an egg roll. Some people think the Zaxby sensation.
You had a chance to set the record straight, set things right, clear the air, have open dialogue with the man himself, and like a pussy-ass coward, you say nothing. And then the next day, your girlfriend is online speaking on your behalf for you when you had all the opportunity to speak for yourself. My God. What a fucking pussy. Holy shit. What a bitch made pussy. Holy shit, Kujo. Good God. Change your name, bro. You're not Kujo. Kujo is a big dog. You're a little fucking puppy. Yikes. You're not Kujo, man. You're Taco. You're like that little fucking Taco Bell dog. You're a little chihuahua, bro. That's wild, man. That's unbecoming of everything that it means to be a man. Yikes. Imagine. You might as well start your transition, bro. It's 2024, the age of the trans. Go ahead, change teams. We don't need you. Yikes. Give me your man card. Give it to me. Give it to me. Email it to me. Send it to me. Join the Discord. Put it in the chat. Leave it there and then fuck off, bro. That's crazy. You're letting your girlfriend defend you instead of defending yourself. Speaking for yourself. Oh my God.
He needs someone supporting him, even though that he's been an arsehole. I don't want to like start messaging his girlfriend and shit, whatever. I'll leave her out of this. But she sees that I've unsent the messages and she instigates the conversation, says, have you done an oopsie? We start chatting for a long time. We'll put those messages up so that you can read it. It actually ends up being, it seems to me...
I can't.
Like it's like semi-amicable after a while of talking to each other. Like,
Hey guys, I'm not reading all that. But...
we you can pause this and read this if you want. It's like basically the long and short of it is like she feels like Kujo's been misrepresented and feels like it's a lot of the industry's fault, my lawyer's fault and stuff like that.
If Kujo is being misrepresented, why is he treating the one dude that offered a helping hand? That doesn't make any sense.
It's like basically the long and short of it is like she feels like Kujo's been misrepresented and feels like it's a lot of the industry's fault, my lawyer's fault and stuff like that, which is
It's the industry's fault that you sold a stolen sample. That's it. It's the industry's fault. And let's just say it is the industry's fault. This dude offered to team up with you. So you could stick it to the industry. And that's exactly what Ren said. And you said, piss off. You and your girlfriend are both idiots. Man, I know Ren's gonna be nice to you, but I don't have to be. Y'all are idiots.
kind of what Kujo feels like, right? She then threatens to break my kneecaps, which, even though it's a little bit out of pocket, you know me, I laugh about it. The thing that rubs me up about things like that is, if that had been the other way around, I never actually once got violent about this situation. If that had been the other way around, they would have been like, Ren's such a violent, later on they would have been like, Ren's such a violent person, or using bully tactics, because they've spoken about like how I'm using bully tactics by simply talking about the situation publicly, transparently. She also gaslights me by saying, you know, like, imagine what would have happened if he had mental health issues. I have a very long list of mental health issues. I am the person with mental health issues. You're not considering what it does to my mental health, are you, when you take down a song that means that much to me? A song that I've poured into, that I'm exposing a part of me that's very vulnerable about my health journey. Like, you're not considering...
That was a very thinly veiled threat, but a threat nonetheless. I mean, but... yeah, y'all are the victims, huh?
That, are you? All I've done is post publicly about the situation. I've never told anybody to send you guys abuse or anything like that. And actually, if anybody's watching this right now, for clarity, even though I am very annoyed about the situation, I don't want anyone to send them abuse. I don't. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I'm annoyed about the situation, but it's done now. The song's down. It's gone. Do you know what I mean? So, like, I'm not trying to ruin somebody's life over this. I'll have my own form of revenge.
That dude already ruined himself, man. He's a shady-ass fucking snake in the grass that hides behind his fucking girlfriend. He ruined himself. Has nothing to do with Ren or Ren's following or his fans or anything like that. You ruined yourself. You're a shady fucking snake that lets your girlfriend fight your battles for you because you're too much of a fucking coward. You ruined yourself. No one else did anything to you. You did this to yourself. And now you're mad. Stay mad, bitch.
As you'll see at the end of this video, but I'm not trying to ruin anyone's life over this. So, like, if they say to me that I'm trying to incentivize stuff like that, I'm not, guys. I don't want you to go and abuse them, right? But it is up to me to talk about this situation fairly. So, like, we seem to make some middle ground. She's even talking to me about, like, her ADHD and knows that I've got ADHD and, like, you know, maybe we just got... So I'm like, you know what? She seems pretty level-headed, right? So, like, cool. You know?
Ren. She just made a thinly veiled threat to you about mental health and then threatened to break your kneecaps. And you're still giving her the benefit of the doubt, dog. You're such a good guy. That your patience has patience. That's crazy to me. 'Cause I'm not like that at all, man. I couldn't have... there's no way. There's no way.
You know what? Maybe these guys are... It's just a big misunderstanding and we can figure a way to amicably sort this out. And I say to her, look, yeah, I'm happy to split the publishing, but I don't really want to split the master out of principle because I bought this, right? You know, but... Then at this point I start being like, you know what, maybe I'll split some of the master for the future stuff just to get this out of the way, even though I don't believe I should because they've stolen the beat with a stolen sample. I'm like, if this just gets this over...
He holds grudges. He's upset about the public shaming and the fallout from that. He offered you a helping hand and a team up. And that helping hand and team up would have erased everything negative about the situation. And you would have come out on top with Ren as your I guess your newfound partner. You keep making beats for Ren, you cultivate a friendship, relationship, blah, kind of like how Eminem and Dr. Dre have, right? Right? You don't see them getting all fucking butthurt and bent out of shape when they do shit. Then again, that's on a different level than what this is, but still, dude, like. And again, you're letting your girlfriend speak on your behalf to defend you. I cannot stress enough how non-manly that is, bro. Ugh. Okay.
Over the line, I'm happy to split the future master. I even say that in the email thread to the lawyers and stuff, right? So I'm conceding a little bit here because I just want this situation done with. We end on a good note in this conversation. Then the next morning.
That's why you need to see the next morning, the next day, the next week. See what happens when you keep giving motherfuckers the benefit of the doubt, Ren, but you're a good guy and it's in your blood. You're going to keep doing it because it's in your nature. But eventually, man, eventually, you just gotta.
I'll wake up to posts from her all over my Reddit lying about the contract, and then I see a comment on Anthony Ray's video where he's talking about the situation from her, saying this is what the contract says, and she made up she wrote a whole passage that wasn't even in our contract. It was completely made up. So after her being super nice to me behind the scenes in this conversation and feeling like I wake up to read this and I'm like, I start losing my mind because I'm like, these guys, they're like, they pretend they're on my side and then it's just like they publicly post all this stuff. So I'm like,
you're dealing with narcissists, man. You're dealing with narcissists. Starved for attention, immature narcissist is what you're dealing with. They've done nothing but gaslight you the past 25 minutes of this video, and probably like however long this went on, days, weeks, I don't know, but you don't engage these people, bro, for any reason, but sometimes you don't know till it's too late, and right now it's too late.
I put her up on it. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, first of all, this is defamation. You can't be out here like making up stuff that's not even in the contract, you know? So she's like, yeah, it's ridiculous. Right, so next I find a bunch of messages on Reddit from Kujo's girlfriend lying about the contract, which I'm going to put up here, which is actually very illegal, by the way. No, I won't be pressing charges over it. I just want to get this situation out of the way, but so I'm just going to put all these up for you to pause and read if you want to. It's ridiculous, basically. She also says that I was obviously upset, so I wasn't the most cooperative. As you guys, if you skip back in this video, you'll see I was extremely cooperative when I found out what was going on. I was being very.
And then if people ask her, yo, show the DMs of him being disrespectful and mean and screaming and going off, show me the DMs, I guarantee this will be the response. Oh, he deleted them. I can't see them anymore.
Amicable when I was trying to offer Kujo solutions and being amazingly supportive and sympathetic. I refuse to fully acknowledge that a mistake on my end causing Kujo not to get paid was at the heart of all of this. It wasn't. A stolen sample was at the heart of all of this. Yes, the publishers, right, failed to correctly register Kujo, which wasn't anything to do with me. They've now remedied that and there'll be a back payment for whatever percentage we end up on. No money's been lost here, right? That is something that was the publisher's fault, which I was very annoyed about, which I actually sent a message to the publishers about, explaining how annoyed I was about that situation, fighting for Kujo in that, when I didn't have to fight for Kujo because he was being a prick, right? So I sent that message to them anyway, fighting on Kujo's side, because despite all of this, I am a man of principle still, right? I kept threatening to sue and go public. No, I didn't. I wasn't threatening to sue. I did say I would go public if my song carried on being used as leverage. I gave them a very fair warning because they didn't need to use the song, the video as leverage, and they kept on doing that. that was because I kept getting hundreds of messages a day from my fans being like, where's the video, where's the video? And I wanted to address it all at once. And I also felt like I was being treated extremely unfairly, right? I had to accept by giving...
Wait. The issue is that Ren didn't honor the original contract included in the terms and conditions of the BeatStars platform he bought the beat from. He basically paid a flat fee of 80... whatever currency that is, while agreeing to pay a percentage of all earnings of the song to Kujo. That actually was not in the contract. And yeah, no, that wasn't in the contract. It was unlimited use. Unlimited use, remember that. And that wasn't in there because had that been in there, I can almost guarantee Ren wouldn't have done that. Or maybe he would have. Because he doesn't mind paying for beats or taking a percentage or doing a split, right? He doesn't mind that at all. But the fact that it wasn't in the agreement and you try to say it's in the agreement when he doesn't have a problem doing splits, period. You could have just asked, like, hey man, can I get a percentage of that? I'm sure Ren would have worked with you. But no, you didn't ask, you didn't even inquire, you didn't even think of that. That didn't even cross your mind. You just went straight to this tactic, which is backhanded and shady as shit. And then hide behind your publisher whenever it comes to backlash. It's cowardly shit, man.
Fairly, right? I had to accept by giving up all my shares.
Well, he said Euro, but he also says that he's from Canada, or he was in Canada. I don't exactly know where this happened. I can't remember what the Euro sign looks like. I remember what the money looks like. It didn't click at first.
As of the song exchange for a fixed fee. Yeah, that was some between my lawyers. Ren took in public the next morning. Yes, I did.
Kujo also claimed to me and publicly that he'd been chasing publishing money for over a year with no reply, which is why he was annoyed, as did his girlfriend. This was another lie, as proven in the next screenshots. You've been chasing publishing money? What happened is Kujo has been asking about his publishing for almost a year when the song was posted, basically, and pretty much ghosted him until the Bulgarians showed up at his door. So if you've been asking about your publishing for a year and you're getting ghosted, you thought that the best course of action was to sell the publisher's beat. It belongs to them. You have it. They're ghosting you. And then after they ghost you, your next course of action is to sell the beat. That doesn't make any sense. It's like if I was a drug dealer and I go to my plug, I pick up some weed to sell it, and then I call him back about something to see if I can like keep a percentage of the weed or of the money or something like that, or how much percentage he's gonna want, because for some stupid ass reason we didn't talk about this when I was picking it up. So I call him on some shit to ask him about it, and he doesn't answer at all. So my next course of action is to sell all the weed and keep all the money for myself without giving the plug a percentage of what I sold. All because he didn't answer the phone. Who do you think is going to be more in trouble in that situation, me or him? Who's going to get bitched at in that situation? The guy that I sold weed to? Because in this situation, Ren is the guy that bought the weed from me. And I sold it to him. And then I kept all that money and didn't give it to you. Who's going to get their ass whooped? The person that bought the weed or the person that sold the weed that belongs to the plug and they're not doing their job correctly?
right, let's take this home now. At this point, I've just lost all amicability, right? I'm pissed off. I messaged Kujo's girlfriend and him saying, this is the first time I've threatened to sue, but I'm like, if I see any more lies from you guys about this situation, I will sue you guys. Because it's like, that's my public image. Like, I pride myself on the fairness that I show everyone that I work with, right? And my principles. And I'm also very against greed, and I stand against it militantly, which a lot of you will know from my work and how I treat people that I work with, right? So them spreading this
Yo, Fiery, what's good, man?
stuff that I'm trying to be greedy here massively hurts my public image. So I was like, if you guys lie anymore about this, yeah.
I know for a fact Ren's not greedy because greedy motherfuckers don't allow content creators to react to their music in either A, take all the revenue, or B, share the revenue. That doesn't that's not to say that the ones that don't share their revenue with reaction channels are greedy, but it says more about the ones that don't do that, right? That's not talking about the ones that take all of the revenue and don't give it to anybody. It's your art, it's your music. You make all the money if you want to. I don't care. But it says more about the ones like Ren that allow other people to use their music and profit from it. That doesn't say greed to me at all. So, Ren doesn't really have to say it out loud that he's not greedy. His actions prove it, so.
I'm going to do something about it, basically. And then I'm talking to Kujo and things get more heated. We get another email from their lawyer saying, you know, like, if you won't agree to our terms, we will take 100% of the song. That's where we stand on it. That is final. If you do not agree to this retroactive master split, we're taking everything. So I messaged back.
Then
I'm going to show you that email. I messaged back, essentially summarizing.
No need. I will. Exactly. My man, you are not going to get paid shit. I offered you an olive branch. I offered you a helping hand. You spat in my face. Fuck you. You think that you can bully me and threaten me into putting the song back up so that you can benefit from it? How about, fuck you, the song's not going back up, and I'm going to keep making music and keep making more money than you ever will make. So, how about that? Let's see. No need. I will issue the takedown myself. The way this has been dealt with from the start has been ridiculous. No prior contact tried to be established from Kujo about the publishing issue, which I explained to him was nothing to do with me. An unlicensed sample being sold, which also breached the contract and will definitely play a role in court. The video being removed with no warning as a way of leverage defamation spread by Kujo and his girlfriend on both my personal YouTube pages and my Reddit pages of text not actually including the original contract, whilst claimed to be by Kujo's girlfriend, all of which I have proof of. And then playing the victim when I explained to my fans that the song was taken down. The song means a great deal to me. It is about my over 10-year health struggles, and ironically, about greed in the music industry. To further add insult to injury, Kujo did not say a single word on the call with me when he has no problem running his mouth to my fans. That's because he's a big bitch. I found that incredibly disrespectful. I will happily see Kujo in court if that's the route he wishes to pursue, as there was originally a breach of contract from his side by selling an unlicensed sample. Like, he keeps forgetting this, bro. Like, you think that you're going to be able to go into court and talk about your grievances with Ren? No, that court hearing is going to be nothing about the unlicensed, unlawful sale of something that you sold somebody else, man. And that's going to get proven, and then nothing else you say, oh, his fans were mean to me. Oh, he was supposed to give me money. Oh, he was supposed to do that. None of that's going to matter. None of that's going to matter at all. That won't even play a factor in court. The fact he never once tried to reach out directly before this all started was crazy. Have a good day. Look forward to meeting Kujo in person if this ever goes to court. And the song's not going back up, so y'all aren't going to be able to make shit. And you can't force Ren to put the song back up. That's it. So issue the takedown himself to YouTube. YouTube takes it down. And guess what? Y'all don't make fucking anything. And now, y'all are going to make even fucking less because you ruined your credibility. Yikes. And if you want to keep more of your credibility, Kujo, tell your girlfriend to shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Tell her to stop speaking on your behalf, bro. It's embarrassing. It is really embarrassing. Holy shit, dog.
This email, I just say, I'm going to take down the song myself. I'm fed up of this. I'm fed up of you threatening me with my own song that I poured myself into. I've explained what it means to me. I explained to both of them what it means to me. So I'm like, I'm taking it down myself. I don't want to let them win over this.
I would have done it too, bro. I would have done it too and never put it back up.
I've been in situations in the music industry before where I had to concede because I was broke and I just had to let a powerful, greedy person win over me, you know, like.
But you don't have to do that no more.
And I know this is not the same situation. It's not like Kujo is like this in this huge position of power here.
But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Why do you think that we have that saying here in America, Ren? We don't negotiate with terrorists. Because the second we get caught negotiating with terrorists, then that's going to be their main go-to move. And the second people see you bend to Kujo, they're going to think they can get one over on you. And then that person's going to think they can get one over on you. And then that person's going to think they can get one over on you. And you become a target for all the fucking snakes because you didn't punish the one snake that actually fucked you. So this is just a good way to tell everyone, do not fuck with me because this is what happens.
But
you gotta make an example out of them.
How they've dealt with this whole situation was ridiculous. So I was like, rather than like bend to this leverage and just out of principle, I'm just going to take the song off. And it's ironic, man, because the song is about greed, you know?
Because, bro, it's just like, it takes me back to like the whole conversation of bullying, right? Bullying. And this is the way I was taught. And this is just the way I see it, right? You're getting bullied over and over and over and over again. Bro, you don't just take it. All you got to do is fight back one time. All you got to do is punch one time. Even if you lose the fight, all you have to do is retaliate. Because you know why bullies are bullies? Because no one has ever stood up to them. No one has ever called them out on their bullshit. No one has ever actually punched them in the face, right? So you're getting bullied and you're the first person that actually does that shit. Bro, that shit'll stop. That shit'll stop. It will. And I was bullied as a kid. And even if it doesn't stop, you know what that says? Or no, not even if it doesn't stop. Even if you lose the fight, when you decide to fight back, even if you lose, you know what it says to everybody else in the school? Don't fuck with that guy because he'll actually hit you. Don't fuck with this guy because he'll actually fight back. Don't fuck with this guy because he'll actually retaliate. That's why bullies are bullies, because no one ever retaliates against them, right? And then that one kid that does, yeah, you may lose. Maybe. I don't know. Everyone has their day. No one's invincible. But the day you retaliate, other kids will see, other students will see, other people will see, yeah, maybe I shouldn't try that guy. And then that pretty much puts a stop to that shit. So you kind of got to do it this way.
And it hurts me a lot that it's down now. It proper hurts me, man. I can't stress that enough because of what the song was and what the song meant to me, but that's the way the cookie crumbles. So I sent these emails. I also sent a mass email out to everybody, the publisher, Kujo, the lawyers involved, just saying how disappointed I am across the board, even from people on my side. I was just disappointed at how this whole situation been dealt with, because ultimately at the core of this situation, the only person getting proper hurt financially from this is me, right? Because of my hard work that I've done to promote this music, because of my story and how that's been exploited. I'm the person who will suffer future losses for the earnings, and that regardless of earnings, fuck earnings for a second, that song I was proud of. What it meant to people, I was proud of. The messages that I get from people every day, telling me like how much they relate to the song, how much it helps them through difficult times, you know, like that's gone now, that's taken away from people. So yeah, I'm pissed off. Anyway,
I mean, I don't know if it would be the same, but you could always remake the song, man. Really. You could always remake the song with the even better beat this time. Right? A different beat. A beat that a beat that does the lyrics justice, right? A beat that complements the vibe of the lyrics and what's happening and the contents of the lyrics and what's being portrayed, displayed, said, right? I feel like you could. And I feel like the song would be just as popular, just as good, right? I understand why you wouldn't, because that was just like a one. I get it. I understand. That was like a one thing. That was like your baby, kind of, right? Poured your heart, soul, tears, blood into that project. So I could understand if you wouldn't want to make another one. It would, when it comes to artists, they treat their music like their children. And imagine telling a mother who just lost their child, "Oh, just make another one." Bitch, really? Fuck you. Doesn't work that way, right? So, anyways.
So I sent that email out. Me and Kujo share some pretty heated words. If you're a petty person, you'll probably like to pause on some of this.
No, brother, I have time for none of this out of principle. I'm not paying you a master split. You have dealt with this like a cunt. Pretty rich coming from you, mate. Fuck you. I have talk to me. Tell me your terms. Let's finish this. No, fuck no, man. Because y'all are gonna talk, and the next day it's gonna be something else, and then something else, and then something else. You're cut off. I have multiple times. You know my terms, but that's irrelevant now. Jesus Christ. All right.
It's ridiculous.
You didn't say a single sentence on the call. Not one. That's because I let the professionals handle business like an adult. No, you were a fucking bitch the entire time. Stop hiding behind that, because dude, when you have something like that, when you're talking with lawyers and shit, you're allowed to speak. It's actually best if you do speak, man. So this is like, and I've seen these things play out before, like these meetings, these litigations, these hearings. You see it a lot in divorce. You got the wife with a lawyer, you got the husband with a lawyer. The lawyer says some shit, the other lawyer says some shit, the wife says some shit, the husband says some shit. They talk back and forth. The lawyer says some shit, they write shit down. You get the house, you get the car, you get the couch. I'm keeping the futon. I get the PlayStation, you get the dog. Whatever. There's dialogue there. Even with a husband and wife, two people that probably fucking hate each other at this point, way more than you two do, are still talking, and you're being a quiet little fucking pussy bitch. Shut up. Bro, shut the fuck up. Ain't no way.
One of the things that took the piss the most that he said when I just lost my cool at this point. I lost all patience. One of the funny things he said after all this was like, if you really cared about your fans, then you would leave them the song. So he was turning it around on me when he'd used the song as leverage. He said, if you cared about your fans, you leave it up for them. Then he said, you're letting
leave it up for them so that I can solely benefit from it. Jesus.
I'm letting my pride and ego get in the way because I'm not paying him money that I didn't think he deserved for selling a stolen beat, right? He's saying,
you're a piece of shit for taking that song away from your fans. Meanwhile, I'm going to try to extort you. You're a fucking moron, Kujo. And I hope you see this. I can't wait to upload this. You're a fucking buffoon, dog. And you're a pussy. And you're a coward. And you hide behind a girl. And good God. I can only imagine that your dick is about that big. That big. It's gotta be, bro. And I'm going to go with that information for the rest of time. For the rest of time, you will be known as Kujo, the guy with a dick this big, man. Because you don't really deserve any more of an introduction than that. Meet Kujo, the guy with the smallest dick in the world.
That's my ego. It's my ego's fault. And then he kept saying, just pay me, let me get my bag, I want the money, just give me my money. I explained to him again, like, dude, I'm not the person that pays you the money. I've explained this to you so many times. It's the publisher. And he's like, all right, cool. It finally seems to sink in that, like, I haven't stolen this man's money. I haven't taken a penny of this man's money. The publisher was at fault for not registering it properly, and they're resolving that, and then he'll get his money from the publishing. I don't want a penny of that. I don't care about that money. Do you know what I mean? Like, whatever. He deserves a bit of money for making that part of the beat. Sure. He shouldn't have stolen a sample and then sold it to me. Theoretically, he could have all of his publishing taken away, but even after all of this, I still agreed to give him a bit of a publishing.
And on top of that, Ren didn't sue you for defamation. And believe you me, I guarantee he has the money to take your ass to court. Like, good God. Not a lot of people would be this nice, man, but you're dealing with a stand-up guy like Ren, so good for you. 'Cause...
split, just to shut him up, man. So it's like, I could have been even more petty and dug my feet in there, but I just want the situation over with. So the song's down.
That's fine.
The funniest
Believe you me, I can live with it, and I guarantee you there's not a single fan of yours that is upset that the song is gone. Does it suck? Is it unfortunate? Yes, it is. But are they overly mad and upset, and do they blame you? I'm going to go ahead and step on a limb and say 100% unequivocally, no. So.
comment that I'm going to end this on, because this is going to be some album artwork, by the way. Single artwork, sorry. This is the next announcement. He goes, all right, peace. Your music sucks, by the way. Which is really funny, considering, you know, the message earlier where he told me that it was an honor, or it was like, it was really good to work with me, you know.
Man, Ren, whenever a relationship sours, people are always going to say some wild shit, some crazy shit, some, like, yeah, it's just, this guy pulled the, you know what this reminds me of? You know what this reminds me of? Your music sucks, by the way. This reminds me of that one girl that gets dumped and she's feeling hella fucking petty and hella salty. And she's like, yeah, well, that's why you have a little dick. Kujo, you're such a bitch, bro.
Which is really funny, considering, you know, the message earlier where he told me that it was an honor, or it was like, it was really good to work with me, you know. Funny. It's funny, hypocritical.
Yeah.
Funny. But yeah, sure.
He actually really likes your music. It's just, he's salty, so he's just gonna try to insult you, really. And he actually doesn't think that your music sucks. Trust me. Man, but who cares, really, at the end of the day, if he does or not.
My music sucks, brother. Cool. That's going to be the single artwork, which leads me to my last point, ladies and gentlemen. I'm releasing a song about this whole situation, and it's dedicated to Kujo. And it's coming out next week. It's coming out a week today.
I know. Okay, so if you're watching this on YouTube right now, or in video format, not stream, we already listened to that song. Feel free to like scroll back like a week or two, not a week, like I don't know, maybe 2 or 3 weeks, a month, and you'll find it somewhere in there. I should have probably actually done this before I listened to the song. That would have been way better, and I could have just put it all into one consolidated video, but it didn't work out that way.
It's called Kujo Beatdown. And I love it. We made an amazing video for it.
Yeah, that song was
I
great.
made a beat by the...
I think that's it, right? We can pause it right there, right? I think it's safe to say that we pretty much got the gist of all of it. 35 minutes, we got the 33. And this is just him talking about the diss track, which we already heard. So, yeah. I think I said everything I needed to say on the matter. Really. Yeah, that's about it. Kujo, you're a fucking girl. Imagine. Oh man, you made your girl a lesbian so fast. Because she's dating a chick in the form of you, ew, embarrassing. Oh shit. All right. That was fun. Love when a fucking turd gets what he deserves and just gets fucking flushed with no remorse. It's great. Nothing makes me happier than seeing someone get what they deserve and watching the person stick it to them. Just fantastic. All right. We're gonna move on to the next video. But before we do that, I'm gonna go smoke and I am going to say hello to my niece. She's here and I want to see her real quick. But I am gonna go smoke and it shouldn't take me long. I'll go ahead and pull up the next video, which is Angry Cops. That's not what I wanted to do. Alright, right there. Okay, we'll do that. Oh, I'm so cold. Not even fun. Um. I gotta move this. Ren also says he is remixing Sick Boy. Remixing Sick Boy. Good. I mean, I said that he should have, but I am willing to understand why he wouldn't want to. Right? Like, do you guys remember my old YouTube channel where I uploaded that hour-long video where I explained why my name was ex-military criminal? And I gave you the rundown of like everything that happened to me in the military. I've had several people ask me to remake that video and upload it because I don't have the original. It got deleted with the other channel. And I've had so many people ask me to remake that video. I don't want to, because that was an hour-long video that took me an additional 3 hours to edit, and like I literally wrote shit down for that video, like on a fucking notebook, like going step by step with my memory, everything that happened in order too, from like the time I joined to like the time I got out, and my deployments and everything in between. And I don't want to make that video again, because that was just like a one-time thing. I wish I still had it, and if I still had it, I'd re-upload it. But to make it again, it just doesn't, you know? So I'm excited for this video. I watched a few minutes of it, but had stuff to do. Hell yeah. Reverend, what's good? Ari, what's good? What's up to all members? Courtesy of Fox, by the way. Yeah, okay. Let me I'll be right back. Okay. Alright, I'm back. Sorry. I'm here. Yeah, Fiery, I did that. I stopped doing that. I stopped doing that because I started to get pissed off. Do you guys know an artist that goes by the name of Token? White guy? White kid? Fairly still young, man. I think he's like in his mid-20s now, but when I found him, he was fairly young. He was like... He looked like he was like 16, 17. Very good rapper. Goes by the name of Token. Millions of subs on YouTube. Done songs with like mainstream rappers and stuff like that. He's even had songs with like Tech9. He's really good. He would, bro, on like three separate occasions, he sent me a DM talking about, yo, I got a new song coming out. Do you want to check it out? And I was like, absolutely. I would love to check it out. I'll do a reaction. I'll upload it. Thanks for that. Thanks for the heads up. Thanks for letting me know. In my head, that's permission from him. I mean, I would have done it regardless, but that's permission from him, right? So originally I wasn't gonna do it because no one had requested that, but I reacted to him before, so I was like, fuck it. He DM'd me. Let's run it, right? I react to the song. I like it. I upload it. And then the next day it gets striked. And it gets removed. And I'm just like, yo, dog, like, my video got struck. My video got struck down. It got removed. And he's like, oh, that was just a mistake. I was like, okay. So 2 more times and the same thing happens. And I was like, oh, okay, I'm done. I'm not doing that. Because there's just sometimes, bro, where like, even if the artist says, yo, react to my song, or like, yeah, you can, there's still so much shit in the background that they don't control. Content ID, the publisher, all that shit. So they tell you something and you do it, but it still ends up getting removed because of other shit that they have no control over. So that's when I was just like, yeah, I'm not doing reactions to your music anymore, because every time it's a waste of time. If I could upload it and it was there, that's fine. I don't even care if you take the revenue. It's your song, right? But tell me to do it and then it still gets striked. I'm wasting my time here. I'm not doing it anymore. So like, what is the purpose? Nothing against him. It's just like, man, that's the problem sometimes, is like, an artist will tell you some shit, but they got a publisher that they didn't say shit to. They got content ID that they didn't turn off. They got a whole bunch of shit that they got to do in order to make sure that you, as the reaction channel or the reviewer or the critic, doesn't get a strike. And it still happens. I'm just like, man, fuck that. I was just like, it's like literally a waste of time. I'm uploading something that's just gonna get removed. I don't want to do that. So he still looks 15. Yeah, he's got that baby face. He's a good rapper though, man. I like him. Just tried doing it, it just wouldn't work. And like, after the next 2 times that it happened, I didn't even DM him. I didn't even ask him like, yo, like my video got removed again. I was just like, whatever. No big deal. Shit. I thought he was independent too, but apparently not. I got my video removed like 3 times. Well, it wasn't a strike, it was a block. I should have said that. It was a block. But a block, just like a strike, nobody can see the video, right? And it was just like block after block after block, and I was like, okay, that's it. I'm over it. When you dispute it, they get notified. Yeah, but I don't like disputing because, and I will never dispute anything for one specific reason. When you dispute something, the person that you dispute with, they get all of your information. Everything. They get
your address, where you live. They get a whole bunch of personal information about you when you dispute something. I'm not about to do it. I don't care who it is. That's why if someone wanted to fuck me over and like abuse the copyright system on me, I wouldn't be able to do anything about it because I am not going to dispute that. I'm not going to dispute that. And especially someone that is not even, I don't know, famous, someone that can't even be held accountable in the court of public opinion. I'm not doing that. Like a random other fucking YouTuber, I'm not going to dispute any claim that he makes because I'm not giving that motherfucker my personal information, because I've seen the way this happens. I've seen creators, people take their video and they use it, and these creators issue a fucking strike, right? And then that creator disputes the strike, and what does the other creator do? He uses all this new information that he got because they hit dispute, and he doxes them. I've seen creators do that, and I'm not about to fall into that. I'm not about to give anyone my personal information via a fucking dispute on this. So, no. That's a super fucking downside of disputing anything. That's why that dispute button is mainly for like companies, corporations, shit like that. They have the lawyers and the shit to do that, and nobody can be exposed that way. But me as a personal, as my own entity, just my own person, not only do I not have the funds to go to court, but you have, like, when you hit that dispute button, it gives the other person, the claimant, the claimer, or what the fuck ever, it gives them all your personal information for dispute purposes. I'm not doing that. And in some instances, I mean, there's, like, if you dispute something with like UMG, they're not going to dox you. You don't have anything to worry about, right? So you could hit the dispute button against UMG, right? You won't win, but you could hit it, right? Nothing gained, nothing lost. But with another person with ill intent or malicious or some shit like it, or some shit like that, take Kujo Beats for example. If he wanted to abuse that, the copyright system, he could just claim your shit, right? And then you hit the dispute button, and now he has all your personal information. So now you got to be careful not to piss this dude off, because now he has your personal info. That's not a fun situation to be in. So if I get claimed, take it. You want to block it? Block it. Whatever. I'm not disputing. I'm not arguing. I'm not doing any of that. Because it is not worth that much. God. What were we doing? Angry Cops. All right. 32 Gaming. What's good, man? Maybe I've seen you before, or maybe you changed your name. I can't really tell these days. Or maybe you're new. If you're new, what's up, dog? How are you? How's your Tuesday? Oh, you did change your name. Okay, got it. Yeah, that's usually the case. I do YouTube and Twitch, and I stream every other day on both platforms. So I see a lot of different names, and names change and stuff like that, so it's hard. I disputed a Sony claim because they have it blocked in Russia. Was it a hockey video? Okay, one more second, dudes. I will be right back. And then we will start, I promise. I had to go check on my niece. Okay. "99% of Russians have a VPN." For now. For now. I don't... And I shouldn't say this because I don't want to be the one jackass to speak it into existence. But for now, man, they took away ad blocker. How much longer do you think it is before they take away a VPN? Because YouTube is dead set on fucking itself at this point. I don't know why you would remove ad blocker. Ad blocker has been like a fucking cornerstone of the internet since the internet was born. And they already make billions of dollars, man. Like, yo, Fiery, take it easy, man. Thank you so much for hanging out with us for as long as you did. Hold on. All right. The Legend of Florida's Lieutenant Dan. Surviving the hurricane and the internet.
Explain to them why you're deciding to stick out a Category 5 out on a 20-foot sailboat in Tampa Harbor.
God told me to come out here and get a boat. I came out here and got a boat.
So the plan...
Wait.
Why you're deciding to stick out a Category 5 out on a 20-foot sailboat in Tampa Harbor.
God told me to come out here.
Oh, God. I thought he said a guy told me to come out here. Okay. All right. I'll accept the God answer. Some random guy telling you to go out on a boat with a hurricane? Man, hell no. Fuck that guy. All right.
And get a boat. I came out here and got a boat.
So the plan's just to stick it out here?
Yeah. Safest place in the world to be is on my boat. And I got room for one more female.
Move over, Lieutenant Dan, because there's another Lieutenant Dan. A real Lieutenant.
The fact that he said, I got room for one more female. Who you already got in there, man?
Lieutenant Dan. Well, not a veteran Lieutenant Dan, but he is a sailor that's missing a leg, and he's made quite a splash in the local news and in Florida. Boom! Meet Lieutenant Dan, Joseph Malinowski. Joseph John Malinowski, if I'm not mistaken.
I love his shirt.
Now, you might recognize Lieutenant Dan from the viral videos on TikTok and Facebook and all over social medias, Twitter, too. I got you on Twitter there, Lieutenant. For being brave and some might say dumb enough to stay in Florida, in Tampa Bay, in his 20-foot, 22-foot sailboat during Hurricane Milton. People checking in on him during the hurricane was like real-life Anchorman Panda Watch. Except instead of a pregnant panda, it's seeing whether or not a single amputee man who looks as though he imbibes on the pipe, not judging, can stay alive in his boat that looks like it's made out of straw. And just like any viral video thing, personality, a little bit of controversy happened. Yeah, some controversy with Lieutenant Dan because people found out that he had a criminal history. Uh-oh, how bad is it? Some would say really bad. Some would say really, really bad. But then, just like M. Night Shyamalan, there's a twist. Before we go through this roller coaster of ups and downs that is the story and the wave.
He's not a kid toucher, is he? Because that's really, really bad. If he tried to rob a bank, I don't care. I want to know this man's crimes now. Let's see.
Oddly enough, in the hurricane that Lieutenant Dan was trying to survive, and we will survive in this story. A word from this video sponsor. Hey, have you ever gotten the feeling that the media might be lying to you? Well, you'd be right. But if you want to find out by how...
You know, to be honest, unless he's a kid toucher, I don't think his criminal history really matters in this situation. This is just a man and his boat and one leg. Right? I feel like that story is ample enough content to where we don't really have to give a damn about this man's criminal past, but we are going to bring it up. So as long as he's not a kid toucher, I don't really think I care, man. So he robbed a bank in a town that I've never visited, that I don't live in. I don't care. Let's see what he's guilty of.
Is FEMA running out of money? Are we giving more money to Lebanon instead of our own people? I need to know. And Ground News will help you. And you'll get...
And if he is a kid toucher and God told him to get on that boat, I think God had a plan, and it was the plan that we all had too. Because you know how easy it is to die in a hurricane?
Thousands of articles from...
Some people try to avoid it and still die.
From both in the States and across the globe. Shine a light on media bias and hold everyone accountable. To check out and download Ground News yourself, check out the link below or go to groundnews.com/angrycops and get all the perks that Ground News has to offer. And you'll get 40% off if...
Yeah, okay, I forgot that one too. Yeah, rape. Kid toucher and rape. Everything else, he can't be a murderer because he's free. Then again, that's not really a good standard to have.
You want to subscribe? You're welcome. Let's start this thing off by meeting Lieutenant Dan. Here he is, John. I want to call him John Jacob Jingleheimer.
Come on.
This game, you're not ready for it.
Schmidt, because his name is so long. Joseph John Malinowski. Crazy last name, right? I mean, Joseph John, 2 first names, as a first and middle name. You would say it's unique.
You'd be wrong.
It is not a unique name.
What are the odds?
Fucking Polacks. Joe, also known as Lieutenant Dan, is no spring chicken. While others are fleeing Florida, he's staying put. Anchoring up, tying his boat off to one of the piers down there in Tampa Bay. I'm gonna say Tampa, I'm pretty sure it's Tampa, but it could be anywhere in Florida because Lieutenant Dan gets around. Now we all enjoy the Florida man, and what could be more Florida man than a man with an amputated leg staying on a 20-foot skiff in the middle of a hurricane saying, I suggest few things are as Florida man as Lieutenant Dan.
Yeah.
And that's when things...
That's the most Florida shit ever. But then again, if California had hurricanes, I'm pretty sure we would see this as well. Some crazy bastard in California would also do this.
Start getting crazy. Who is this man? Everybody's interested in Lieutenant Dan. What a unique nickname. We need to get this guy some money. Let's take care of Lieutenant Dan. Let's watch and see if Lieutenant Dan survives. But then if he does, we'll take care of Lieutenant Dan.
Why does that sound so familiar?
It's like a hurricane version of The Bachelorette. Except instead of a rose, you're given another day to live. Now here comes the ups and downs of this tale of Lieutenant Dan. You see, the internet is a strange place, and once you become, I'll say, an icon, or at least a center of focus on the interwebs and social media, well, people go digging around and start snooping and start trying to figure out who you really are, or at least they try to paint a picture of who they think you are.
My source is that I made it the f up.
Based on that internet footprint that you've left behind. And unfortunately for Joseph John Malinowski, there are some people with some dirty prints that share the same name as good old Lieutenant Dan. Now, before people started snooping around too much, everybody wanted to give him a couple bucks, including a streamer, a very well-known live streamer, who I have to look up because I don't know him that well. Aiden Ross. I've heard of him before. Sorry, I don't know you, bud. Does he need a following, or do I need... He's probably got way more followers than I do. Good for you, kid. Well, Aiden sees what's going on and says, you know what? I want to give this guy like 50 to 100,000 bucks to get a new boat, maybe even a Kick streaming deal, right? If you haven't heard of Kick, it's a streaming program similar to like Twitch or YouTube Live, where you go on, you stream whatever's going on, cooking, cleaning, video games, you hanging out on a boat with your half of a leg trying to survive a hurricane, whatever you want. And your friends and subs that follow you can give you a couple bucks here and there, and you can start your own business just streaming and living life, and people will pay you to do it. Well, that sounds like fun, but let's not forget those internet sleuths while they came around after 1 or 2 Google searches and tried to tear down poor Joe. And listen, I'm not gonna lie, I was one of them. I made a response to somebody saying, hey, we should support this guy and give him a bunch of money and get him up on his feet, and I said, there's been some discovery stating that he might have touched some children, might have given them some grape drink, if you understand what I'm saying. Because I got caught up in it. I was looking at a whole bunch of posts of just some random freaking people. Always do your due diligence on the internet. Don't, go on,
don't take it at face value from a random person. Too many people make this mistake.
Every time I want to say something smart ass and fast, I end up getting bit on the ass.
Simple detective work.
Sorry, Joe, from me to you. Now, I immediately went underneath my statement and said, hold on a second.
I get it now, bro. They did a Google search on this guy, and his name matches up with a whole bunch of other dudes who have a similar name that are very vile people. And they saw the name, they were like, this must be that guy, you're a terrible human being, fuck you, I hope the hurricane kills you, right? Probably. Only to realize that, oh wait, he just has the same name, that's not actually the guy. Nah, he's fine, right? I think I get it now.
There's more to this than what it seems. I could have made a mistake. Let me do a deep dive, and that's what we're doing here today. So let's dive a little deeper into what people thought was Lieutenant Dan's criminal past. Now, Joseph John Malinowski, like I said, not a common name, but I was wrong. There are several Joe Malinowskis, one of which lived in Illinois.
Come on, guys. You really didn't, like, pull this up and think, yep, that's the guy. You can't honestly, I don't know, but you can't honestly tell me that this guy and this guy look similar to you. I mean, come on, man. You know, for the longest time, I thought that I had a unique last name as well. I really did. Up until I discovered the phone book and I went to the page that had all the letter F's. And I found not 1, not 2, not 3, not 100, I found so fucking many people with my last name. And I was like, damn, this whole time I thought I was special, bro. But I'm not, right? So you look at the faces and it's, come on, guys. What is y'all's? Or maybe this is just an example and this is not what they were using to try to determine who this guy was or isn't.
Several Joe Malinowskis, one of which lived in Illinois, who kidnapped and gave grape drink to a young girl and appears to still be in prison. Good. That guy should still be in prison for the rest of his life.
Yes.
Never, ever to see the light of day.
Yes.
Don't like people who touch kids.
Yes.
Not a good start.
No.
And another John Malinowski in Wisconsin, who ended up giving grape drink, grape-ifying his stepdaughter, and has since been released. Gross. This guy is gross.
No, the justice system is also equally as gross on this one right here. That's a travesty. Good God. That judge should be relieved of his robe and his gavel.
Bad person. But he's not Lieutenant Dan. And like a few people, I made that mistake right away, but I'm here to clear the air, Lieutenant Dan.
And I don't want people to say that, like, oh, maybe that was a younger picture of him. Bro, not even. Not even. Man. And you know, the internet be doing so much fucking complaining about mainstream media and the fact that they put out information wrong because they just want to put out information the fastest, and it's not about accuracy at all. It's about getting it out the fastest and getting the most clicks. And the same motherfuckers on the internet that be complaining about the goddamn media are the same motherfuckers that run with something as soon as they see it without any kind of fucking research and just say it as fact. Ironic, huh?
Gross. Bad person. But he's not Lieutenant Dan. And like a few people, I made that mistake right away, but I'm here to clear the air, Lieutenant Dan, and let you know that I'm sorry. You shouldn't have made that comment so quickly. Because Lieutenant Dan's done none of those things. Now, Lieutenant Dan does have a lot of mugshots, but what are they for? They're for traffic tickets. They're for buying a boat a year or two ago for $1, and, well, people who run the boat stuff down there, I'd assume it's their Division of Transportation or Fish and Wildlife, not sure, said, hey, how did you buy a boat for $1? Whose boat is this? Did you steal this boat? And then after their investigation, they dropped all the charges for that. So, Traffic tickets? Okay. A boat that might not have been his, that he might have intentionally or accidentally sunk, that cost him $1. But then all the charges got dropped on that. All right, so that's gone. And then...
Who sells a boat for $1? Huh? Who sells a boat for $1? A sailboat at that. Of that size. I'm assuming it was a fairly decent sized boat.
A strange charge of him trying to set a woman on fire. Now let me make this short and sweet. The story is that Lieutenant Dan was trying to get some junk off of some sort of park bench and used gasoline to try and get it off. Now for those of you that are versed in, we'll say like commercial chemicals, you know that diesel or gas or straight alcohol can assist in removing stains or things that are stuck on or
emotional damage.
Basically, it helps you clean sometimes. And well, some random Florida woman was walking by and said, hey, you can't be setting that bench on fire, to which Lieutenant Dan was like, off lady, I'm just trying to clean this thing off. To which she took as him trying to set her on fire. And let's
Karen, got it.
say worst case scenario that he was gonna set the bench on fire. He didn't. And let's say that he tried to set the woman on fire and he like turned quickly and splashed some gasoline her way. Well, he didn't set her on fire. And the end result of that investigation, you ready for this? All charges dropped. And maybe some woman was being a little bit of a Karen when she saw Lieutenant Dan just doing some weird shit with some gasoline trying to get some stains off a bench. Who knows? Either way, nobody cares because the charges were dropped. Yeah. Now here's the worst thing that Lieutenant Dan did. Lieutenant Dan got in a scuffle with a Florida cop. Punched him in the nose, and the cop punched him right back. And Dan served like 6 months, between 6 months to a year for that. Listen.
That's it. That was his biggest crime. He punched a cop. He punched a cop, got punched back, and then got put in handcuffs, did his time, got out, bought a boat for $1, and decided to weather Hurricane Milton. I don't really hate the guy. I don't really think I can. I don't recommend assaulting police just for your own fucking safety, and there's a whole bunch of jackasses that do, and I laugh whenever they get fucked up, right? So, in that case, haha, haha, haha. But compared to what I thought he was going to be guilty of, the way that the internet makes it seem sometimes, punching a cop, getting punched back, and then doing your time, it seems pretty standard. Like, that doesn't really seem like anything all that out of this world crazy. Like, just because you've committed crimes before doesn't make you, right? Like, people make mistakes. There's been good people that have gone to jail because they made a mistake. They did their time. They get the fuck out. That's it, right? Like, yeah, I made a mistake. Punched a cop one time, right? Yep. Adam Calhoun fought the police in his younger years. That doesn't really affect his. That doesn't really affect him. That doesn't really affect him now, or how people see him. He actually uses that shit for, like, you know, motivation and in his raps and shit like that, and to speak to the youth. Right? So, shit doesn't really have to define you.
I don't like nobody getting in a fight with me and bopping me on the nose.
But the officer punched back, and I think that's the most hilarious part. Like, really? Bitch? Bam! And then, you're going to jail now. What the hell you think, man?
6 months to a year. Seems a little bit much. And, you know, I know. Look at Dan. Look at Dan. How hard is he hitting you? Which foot does he have to lean into? Because he's only got one.
Yeah.
You ain't got no legs, Lieutenant Dan.
So this is our Flippy 3. Flippy 3
I mean, dude, yeah. And he doesn't have a prosthetic, so he's hopping around, right? How much leverage do you think that he can get with a punch? I doubt he even punched that hard. Matter of fact, he would have been better headbutting the cop. That actually would have hurt a lot more than whatever punch he actually did throw and land. Because I completely forgot about the fact that he only has one leg. So yeah, that does pose if you did get hit as the officer, chances are I don't even think you got hit all that hard, unless he's just got like some crazy strength and speed. And, he's actually used to being on one leg now, so he probably could, put some strength behind it. But even then, right? This guy's not killing you as a police officer, so.
It's actually twice as fast. We've essentially cut down on a lot of the...
To really give you a good bop on the nose, I think 6 months is fair. I think a year's a little much. Anywho, now that we've ironed that out, Lieutenant Dan isn't some weird...
With no history of, fighting cops or anything like that. That was, your first time. You hit a cop, make a mistake, 6 months. Whatever. Dog. Whatever. There's plenty of people out here that are felons, that are good people. They just made a mistake once upon a time, right? So, compared to what I thought it was going to be, and again, the way the internet makes things out to be sometimes, punching a cop and getting punished for it is whatever. Whatever. You fuck around, you find out. That's the way life goes, right? So, whatever.
Kid toucher or diddler from Illinois or Wisconsin. He's just some guy that gets in vehicle and traffic trouble and finds boats and accidentally sinks them and has some crazy Karen come up to him and scream at him, and then he gets in a fight with a cop one time.
All things considered, that is some of the most boring Florida behavior ever. All things considered, given everything that we've seen come out of Florida, given everything that we've seen people do in Florida, this is the least offensive thing I think I've seen Florida related. Really. So.
Honestly, it sounds... Johnny Cash has done far worse than Lieutenant Dan, and he was a multimillionaire. And people loved Johnny Cash for being a little bit of a weirdo. I know I certainly do. But in the middle of these allegations of him touching people and his real criminal history coming back out, everybody was like, look at this man, he's a menace to society.
Think of the children. Won't somebody please think of the children?
And started yelling at Aiden Ross, the live streamer, and saying, you shouldn't give him any of that money. Now, I don't know Aiden Ross, and I do know Aiden Ross's response to that, and honestly, it would be similar to myself. I would tell those people, fuck off. I'm gonna do what I want with
my money.
My money, and you can all suck a proverbial and watch me do whatever I want. With all due respect, take a long walk off of a short pier. Now, Ian Ross said, hey, listen, I wanted to get you a Kick live streaming deal, but, Kick's really not into it. But screw it, I've got some money and I like you and I want to set you up for success, so I'm going to help you buy a boat within that $100,000 range. And that is super nice of Aiden Ross.
That is really nice because the dude was already living happy on a shitty boat, and now he's got a budget of $100,000 for a new boat. I say you just get a boat for $30K, open up a bank account, put that $70K into savings, let it accrue interest or whatever the fuck, invest it, and live off your boat. You were already living off of a boat before. This is just a nicer boat. So technically, this would be like an upgrade. You would go from living in a shack to an apartment, damn near, almost. The equivalent, anyway, with a $100,000 budget for a boat. And I know boats aren't cheap, but I mean, for 50 grand, you can get some nice shit in the boating world. I'm not an expert or anything, nor a connoisseur, nor do I claim to know much about boats, but I really do feel like 50 grand can get you something very nice. And there's people that live on boats already as it is, and they love that life. So that's, good on Aiden for that.
And guess what? Lieutenant Dan made it!
And get him some insurance on that boat too. And tell his ass with this new boat to not try to weather any fucking hurricanes. Really. Because that's just a lot of money going down the drain. I know it's one thing with a shitty boat. If the hurricane takes it, fuck it. It was $1. Your new boat won't be $1. So, yeah. Maybe get some insurance.
Oh, yeah, that's right. He lived through the storm. People were checking in on him while he was getting tipped and tossed around when they could. And the following day when the hurricane was over, they just popped on over and saw Lieutenant Dan there. And they asked him, Lieutenant Dan, what's the first thing you did after you got out your boat? And Lieutenant Dan had a fantastic response.
Smoked half a joint. I'm high. I'm watching all the people running around like crazy because of all the water.
Lieutenant Dan said, well, I shouldn't be saying this, but I sparked up a blunt and smoked it. Lieutenant Dan!
What do you do? I mean, yeah, it's great. I would be doing the same thing. If I lived on a boat, You live on a boat and you're not smoking weed. What actually are you doing? Unless, you know, that's your livelihood and you fish and you do a whole bunch of stuff and that's how you make money. Yeah, you probably want to be sober for your job, but you live on a boat and you just like chilling and you ain't smoking weed and playing some Halo. What are you doing really? I don't know. My man.
It's like Popeye the Sailor Man, but for Florida Man. Popeye the Florida Man. So that's the whole spiel with Lieutenant Dan, the one-legged hurricane hero of Florida. Now, if you want to support this channel and the weird deep dives that I do on internet folk and policing and military life, well, then you go ahead and pick yourself up a shirt. I got Army Strong. Yeah. Moving sandbags 15 feet over that way. Why? I don't know. It's just what the Army told me to do.
It is of no concern to you.
That's the best way to support the channel. By the way, Whoopi hoodies are back. I only have a couple hundred of them, so they sold out last year.
Yeah, because I guarantee those are comfortable as shit. I would love one of those. Oh, that would be so good. And it's a hoodie too. Oh my god. I wish I still had mine. Not the hoodie, just like Whoopi in general, but that's great. I don't know if I want to get one because my sister's in the Air Force, so I can just get my sister to give me a whole bunch of shit from CIF or whatever the Air Force's equivalent of CIF is. And yeah. But are you a fan of The Office? It's not that I'm not a fan of The Office, I've just never seen it. So therefore, I can't hate it or like it because I've never seen it. I've never seen The Office. I heard that it's funny, I heard that it's good. I've just never taken the time to sit and watch it. I've been watching a lot of stuff. So, and if I'm not doing this, man, I'm watching movies. I've been watching a lot of movies lately. And the one show that I wanted to watch, I can't watch because I don't have the super deluxe fucking account for Netflix. I wanted to watch Peaky Blinders. And I have a Netflix account, but it's not the upgraded Netflix account, so I can't watch Peaky Blinders. And that's what I really wanted to start watching. Because as far as TV shows, I already finished up with The Boys for now. And I'm still waiting on season 2 of like some other shows and shit like that, but yeah. Okay, let me No, I haven't seen Fury yet. I haven't seen Fury because I have to rent Fury, and the problem's not renting it, but the payment info that I have on my, I think it's the payment info that I have on record for like my Apple account and all that stuff. I transferred money and didn't realize that I transferred so much. So there's nothing for that account to pull funds from. So I'm too lazy to go in there and change my payment information. That's all that is. I can easily go in there and rent it if I want to, but I got to go in there and change the payment information, and I have to go into my settings for my Apple ID account, and it's just like either I forget or I think about doing it, and I'm just like, man, that's a pain in the ass right now. I don't want to do that right now. And that's kind of how it's been. But I will get to it. I should have just put all my forms of payment on there, but I didn't feel comfortable doing that. I just put one, and then when I transferred, I forgot that the one that I had on file was the one I transferred from. And so it's just a whole fucking, yeah. Are you the kind of person who doesn't watch something if they can't watch without ads? No. No, man. I'll watch something with ads. For example, I watch a lot of movies on YouTube, and YouTube has a free with ads section. It's how I rewatched The Faculty, I think, the other day. I think I watched that on YouTube. I watch a lot of free movies on YouTube because there's a lot of good free movies on YouTube, man. Y'all are missing out. And it's free with ads. And the ads on movies for YouTube are not as predatory and overbearing as the ads on other shit. So when you watch a movie on YouTube free with ads, you'll get like either a 10-second ad or a skippable ad that's 5 seconds. The ads are not that long at all whatsoever. And I actually don't mind the ads, man, because whenever an ad comes up, I'm like, oh, perfect, I gotta pee, or I'm gonna go smoke. And then it doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother me as much as like having ads in a 4-minute video, or like having an ad play after every single song, which is a travesty. Every time I try to listen to music on YouTube, it's song ad, song ad, song ad, song ad, song ad, and that shit gets irritating. But yeah, other than that, with the movies, it doesn't really kill it for me. Free movie is a free movie, man. And in the age of everything is locked behind either a paywall or a subscription or a streaming platform, I will take any free movie that I can get. I don't care if it has ads. Flex is 100% free. I use it to watch movies. Oh, wait. Peaky Blinders should be on BritBox. I think I need a VPN for that. Wait, are you saying Peaky Blinders is on Plex or Fury is on Plex? Or The Office? Which one are you actually talking about? Because we were actually talking about 3 things there. Let me look at the next, what we're doing next. Let me look at the, let me look at the patron. I was gonna pull it up. See, that's why I did. That's actually. And so much easier to do it this way, good lord. Okay. Umbreon, you're still here, right? Clyde with a K. Don't give her that stone. And then, David, if you're here, I feel like we've done this already, right? My thoughts on NASA's budget with Neil deGrasse Tyson, right? We watched that. I'm almost 100% sure. I'll pull it up. That was in a previous stream, David. I'll pull it up and double check, but I'm almost 102% sure that we watched that. Yeah, okay. I kind of figured. Right. So, David, you're going to have to request on that. All right. Oh my god, it just hit me. I'm so hungry. I'm surprised y'all can't hear my stomach. Crazy. All right. I could have just copied it. Oh. Pokemon.
Oh.
Fucking hunger that hurts. Alright. David, what's good? By the way, David, what you requested, we did it already. Unless that was a different David that requested that. It might be a different David. Alright, here we go.
Aw, it's your big day, champ. You finally get to evolve. Isn't that right, you little coochie? Bro, if you don't stop simping for this fucking child and just give her the stone. She just hit level 18. Wait, is that how it works? Man, let's just get this over with. Hold up. Don't you think we should wait for the others? Man, I ain't trying to start with them.
Too late, cunt. Don't think I see that sneaky shit fucker. We don't need another walking meth lab that doubles as a shitty squirt gun.
I have more ice on my neck than your bloodstream. Suck it, bitch. Alright, just shut the fuck up and pick a stone.
Alright, cunt. Just give it a fucking ice stone then. Oh, that's a bit stupid, isn't it?
Oh my god, he is.
If you think I'm gonna let this wanker's filthy paws touch this lad, you must have own values for brains, huh? Fuck off. You're the reason we can't live 100 feet from the nearest fucking fire station. And even this boofhead can spit more fire than you can. You wanna bet, Rob?
Bitch, I will spray the fuck out of you. I ain't trying to find a new place because of your sorry ass again.
Then fucking do it!
Yeah, you all quiet now, cunt. Alright, fuck it. I'm giving him the leaf stone.
No way,
yeah,
fuckface!
Fuck me, where'd you come from?
I came from having passionate intercourse with your legal guardian!
Jolteon.
20 pounds of crack.
What was that?
I wish you were dead!
Why should we give her the leaf stone? So she can have flowers and throw leaves?
Huh, gay!
And what exactly do you do? Spit your liquids at people? Yeah, you definitely don't sound like a fucking predator. That's a better reason to give her my stone, because I know you ain't one.
So we're gonna give her the fire stone, yeah?
Do you even listen?
No, I don't speak in low attack.
And you've had all this time to
What
learn
are they
it?
trying to do? Are they trying to evolve the little one by giving it the stone? Is that what this is?
What a shame.
You guys should learn to make up your fucking minds. I have. It should be minds, no?
Give me one reason why.
I'll give you two. One, I'm better than you. Two, and I'm fluffy.
You're not even the best type here!
He's right. I am.
Your attack is lower than your will to live!
Yeah, all that time thing, you came up with that. You really are a Joy-Con, aren't you?
Nuh-uh!
Yeah, huh?
You're both terrible.
Well, no one really picks grass types, do they, yeah?
I'm sorry, who got dicked down by a fucking fish the other day?
Magikarp?
So what's the water type? What do you want me to do?
Not be a fire type.
If only it was that easy. Shut up, Ice Breath! Shut up, you flame fat!
What the fuck is going on here?
That's Umbreon, right? You got Flareon, Jolteon, I can't remember the other ones.
A bit late to the function, aren't you?
You know, you kind of just saw some snow, so I thought I would just go and check it out.
Mate, we just started fall.
Oh, cool.
She's getting the leaf stone!
Shut up, you fucking stupid! You are just a god! Shit! You can't take your fucking stones and go to fucking ass!
Wait! I have an idea. Oh.
I think I need an ambulance.
Alright, here you go!
Wait! Umbreon, why'd you touch my stash?
What was the stone supposed to... Yeah, Vaporeon, that's water. Leafeon, leaves. Jolteon, electricity. Flareon, fire. Glaceon is ice. I didn't know that one. And what is the original evolution again? Is it Eevee? The original Pokemon that they're all derived from is Eevee, right? I think. I'm not completely stupid when it comes to Pokemon. I just don't know modern Pokemon. The ones from back in the day, I still have some... Yeah, Eevee. I still have some general knowledge of these things. That's why I don't mind. I don't mind Pokemon videos and Pokemon stuff if it's from, like, my time. But if it's anything modern Pokemon related, bro, I'm so lost. I don't know what's what. I don't know. So, because I know most of these Pokemons, that was enjoyable. For the exception of, I don't know why they were trying to give it the stone. Are they trying to get Eevee to evolve? Is that how they evolve They use these stones. I don't remember that, but I think if I had to pick one, dude, honestly, Jolteon really, because it's just electricity, and I just think that shit's cool. I just think it's cool. My favorite one. Jolteon versus Raichu, who wins? I don't fucking know. I'm literally asking you guys. Y'all are more of experts on this than I am. That seems like a fair matchup, right? Or does Raichu just fucking smash Jolteon? Because that's what I'm thinking. Or do they cancel each other out? 5 out of the 8 Eevee evolutions evolve via a stone. Bro, I did not know that for some reason. Was that in like the original Game Boy games? I can't even remember. I need to get my hands on an OG Game Boy and get my hands on the OG Pokemon games because and y'all better pray I don't, because if I do, y'all won't see me streaming for at least like 72 hours. Hey mama. What do you have there? You have a puppy? What do you mean? That's not a puppy, that's a mouse. You want to say hi to everybody? Come here. She's outside. Come here. You're scared. Come give me a hug. Oh, how was your day at school? Did you have a good day? Yeah? Seriously, why are you so brown? Why did you go to school looking like a milk dud?
That's a bad word.
That's not a bad word. A milk dud is a piece of candy.
What's that?
It's a piece of candy. It's a piece of candy, girl.
What's a milk dud?
A milk dud?
Yeah.
It's chocolate.
I already ate chocolate.
You already ate chocolate.
Yeah, chocolate rounds.
Chocolate rounds. Hey, so you know those Reese's sticks that I brought you the other day that you threw a fit about because they weren't actually shaped like circles? They weren't actually shaped like cups. Remember how I brought you that candy?
No.
And you told me to basically go away with it?
I have this like you.
Do you remember you told me that? Well, I ate that candy. By the way.
Well, I have this like you. And it can make noises.
Of course it can.
But this cannot move. Deal.
I heard you. All right. No, it can't. It's stuck. It's not like an actual mouse. If it could, you could rotate that, but you can just click. All right, what are we doing next?
Hello. I was on the microphone.
You're on the mic. They can hear you. You know that, right?
Hello. I put my nose on the microphone.
They can hear you.
And I think this is made out of foam.
It is. It's some kind of foam material.
Oh, it's made out of foam.
That's exactly what I just said.
Hey, where are we at?
All right. Is there anything y'all have on the list that y'all want me to run? You know, if you're still here, Vince, and you want to watch one of those shorter videos from Fat Electrician, and then we can save this longer one for another stream, preferably a stream to where I can lead off with that video. Because I'd rather lead off with it and finish it early if it's kind of long like that.
What's that thing?
That is of no concern to you. Don't even look at that. You're not even supposed to know what that is.
Can you tell me what that is?
It's a lighter.
Ooh, I like to blow the fire.
It's out of gas. It has no more gas, but I can show you the other one. You want to see the other one?
Yeah. And Mommy have a lighter too. It's my present.
And you don't play with lighters, okay? All right, just so you know.
Put it on.
Okay, good. All right.
Wait. I'm gonna put this with the lighters.
Let me check my watch later. I may have had some stuff in here that... Look.
Yo.
No, we watched all these. Okay, I haven't put anything new in.
Yo.
Yes.
What is this?
That is a mouse pad.
Oh.
Those are your claw marks because you're scratching it.
Kitty cat.
Jace, what is yours? Where'd you put it? Did you put it in public?
Public.
Oh yeah, this one. Huge magnet versus copper sphere.
Ooh, rainbow.
Rainbow.
Rainbow scratch.
Okay. Yeah, rainbow scratch. Hold on, I gotta type some stuff, girl. Hold on, move your noggin.
Ooh, I wanna see you, Chris.
Nelly.
Huh? So, what is that right there?
That is a magnet surrounded by a copper sphere.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I like one of those.
You like that?
Yeah.
It's cool. It's defying gravity with... Will a neodymium magnet float inside? Do you think it'll float inside?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Need inspiration? Shop Kroger.
You want to what?
I want to see it float.
You want to see if it floats inside? Okay, well, you're going to have to be patient and you're going to have to be quiet, okay? Because it might take a minute before we get to that point in the video. Okay. This is a casting iron right here.
Mm.
And he's going to pour this in and make some copper.
Mm.
Yeah, and that's really, really hot. If you turn that, it'll burn your hand off.
Ooh, there's a pointer.
Yeah, a pointer, yeah. That's molten copper, and he's pouring it into this thing right here. And it's gonna turn this into copper. This is the casing.
This 17-pound copper tube to experiment with Lenz's law using this terrifyingly powerful neodymium magnet. It's fascinating to watch this magnet see.
Did you fart? You're lying.
That's just this.
Seemingly defy gravity while it floats to the bottom of the tube. This happens because as the magnet moves, it creates electric currents in the copper, which in turn create magnetic fields that oppose the magnet's motion. This invisible resistance slows the fall, making it look like the magnet is defying gravity. What's even more fascinating is that when I place the magnet in the tube and spin it, the magnet stays suspended in the center. This got me thinking, will a spherical magnet float in the center of a copper sphere? Well, in today's video, we're gonna find out. But first, I need to make a copper sphere that we can actually see into. I wasn't sure how I was gonna go about designing something like this until I noticed one of my dog's favorite toys. Here's what I designed. It's as close as I could get.
Dude, it literally looks like the tritium that Doc Ock uses in the second Spider-Man movie.
To a sphere while still being able to see the magnet through.
Yeah, we got to see that movie actually, but every time I show you live action, you get scared.
This shape is actually called a truncated icosahedron, but that's a mouth.
I showed her Transformers the other day, by the way, because I was like, you like Transformers? And she was like, yeah. I was like, do you want to see some Transformers? She's like, yeah, of course. So I put on the first Transformers movie with Shia LaBeouf, and we didn't start from the beginning, but I played her like important clips. I was like, that's Bumblebee. She meets Bumblebee, fine. I was like, that's Optimus Prime. He's the leader. She sees Optimus Prime, fine. Enter Megatron. She was petrified. Petrified. Go, 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 go.
Go, go, go. Enter Megatron, and she was petrified. She covered her eyes, put her face in her shirt like this. She's like, I don't want to watch this anymore. And yeah, she was not having it with Megatron, so I had to turn it off. I had to turn it off. And then I tried to put her on some Spider-Man, and everything was good up until Green Goblin started beating the shit out of Peter Parker, and she got petrified because her hero was getting his ass whooped, and she didn't want to watch it anymore. I was like, damn.
So for my sanity, I'll just refer to it as a sphere. I started by 3D printing it in PLA plastic. I'll use these 3D prints to make a mold out of ceramic shell.
Well, she's 4. Y'all could read at the age of 4? Y'all were some fucking geniuses when y'all were little. I mean, she just turned 4, like a week ago. Technically, she's kind of still 3. Y'all were...
It came off the printer looking pretty good, but I still needed to spend some time cleaning it up to get it ready for casting. Next, I'll attach some sprues. These are what I'll pour the metal into, and they're really large because they'll act as risers, supplying the castings with molten metal as they solidify and shrink.
Nice.
Here's the ceramic slurry that I use. Over the course of about a week, I'll dip the models into the slurry a total of 9 times in order to build up a thick shell.
Long story short, this is a long fucking process.
In between each layer, I'll coat them with fused silica sand. This helps thicken the shells and also adds some strength. Making complex shapes like these is where casting in ceramic shell really shines. There's no way I could make these any other way, and having a machine shop make them would be incredibly expensive. Next, it's into the kiln to burn away the plastic and turn the shells into a strong ceramic. I don't just burn away all the plastic though. Once the temperature is high enough for it to liquefy, I remove most of it, and then I return the shells to the kiln and fire them at about 1600 degrees Fahrenheit. Here's all the copper I'll be melting. This is 9 pounds, or about 4.
So hold on, he covered the things with the ceramic and then put them in here. So at first they were like some kind of plastic or something like that. And what did this do? Did this just melt the inside of it out? Is that what that black shit was? It just melts out and leaves the shape? How does he get to the shape? Does he break that open? So yeah, he makes the shape, the plastic leaks out because it's already formed, so the plastic is just gone. This is to make it what, hollow, right? To make the... Alright. But then how does he get to the... We're gonna see. How does he get to the inside of it without fucking up all of it? I'm assuming, does he have to chip at it and chisel away? We're gonna see. We're gonna see.
Here's all the copper I'll be melting. This is 9 pounds, or about 4 kilograms. It's mostly copper pipe with some wire thrown in there also. It'll take about an hour to melt this amount. Copper is always fun to melt because it creates these really cool looking green flames when I add fresh pieces to the crucible.
Yeah. That, I get it. I understand. I don't know why that was so difficult for me to understand, because usually I don't usually when I watch casting videos, it doesn't go this far. Some of the casting videos that I've seen. So yeah, not often do I see people make molds when they're doing casting. I watch a lot of casting videos where these dudes take like the molten aluminum and they pour it into an anthill, and then they dig it out, and the mold made like this crazy intricate design inside of the anthill because, you know, they have tunnels and like a whole tunneling system in there. So yeah, so now he's gonna pour the copper into those things that have the shape and the form. He pours the copper in, lets it solidify, takes a hammer, breaks it open, and because copper is harder than ceramic, that ceramic's just gonna fall off, and boom, there you go. You have your, now you have, this is gonna be the casing actually, not the actual ball. All right.
Once the copper's hot enough to pour into the shells, I'll quickly remove the shells from the kiln while they're still extremely hot. Place them on some sand to catch any spills, and then...
Along those lines, the lightning on the beach, they dig out the shape form. And you can actually sell those. I saw a video on that. You can actually sell that for a lot of money, but just the odds of you finding a lightning strike on a beach in sand, and you pull out like this crazy fucking glass piece out of the sand right there on the beach. The odds of that, I don't know. What are the odds of that, man? First off, you gotta wait for a lightning strike. You gotta pray it hits the beach. You gotta go fucking find it. A lot that goes into that. But if you get your hands on one of those things, man, yeah, you can sell that for a lot of money. I've seen videos on that before. It just takes a degree of luck and patience. I suppose that's what it takes. I don't know. I've never gone hunting for that kind of stuff before. But I do know what you're talking about, Mr. Sneaky.
And pour in the metal.
I've also seen videos of like these people, man. Usually I'm just gonna say dudes, really, because the amount of chicks that I've seen casting iron and doing this shit is like fucking zero. But maybe there's one or a couple. But mainly I just see these dudes, and I love these videos, is where they take a whole bunch of junk, metal, scrap metal, steel and stuff like that, and they make a sword out of it. Like I saw this one dude, he took like an old rusted ball and chain and turned that bitch into a katana. And I'm just like, you're amazing. And I literally watched it from start to finish. It was like 15 minutes. Just watch this dude make a katana out of nothing. Well, it wasn't out of nothing. It was out of something, but just out of that. I was like, dude, you're great.
It's always amazing to me that for all the prep work and time that I put into thinking about this, figuring out how to execute it properly without fumbling around or making any mistakes, it only takes a few seconds or so to cast these and they're done. It's out of my hands. I've done this hundreds of times by now, but I still get a little rush of adrenaline every time I pour a casting.
Because it's a lot of work, and if you fuck something up, I'm assuming you have to start all the way over, right? Depending on how far you're into your project. You really got to plan this out before you start, because there is no room for backtracking when it comes to this type of stuff. You're dealing with extreme heats, and when shit solidifies, it solidifies. It's not like you made a mistake with a pencil and you can just erase it, so.
And I think that's mainly because of how much work has led up to this point, and I just want everything to go right, and fortunately, most of the time it does. Now I just have to wait for them to completely cool overnight before I can start removing the shells.
Use your strength and crush that thing!
You just gotta crack it open.
I'll have to use my sandblaster to carefully remove the shell because I can't risk trying to break it off since copper is so soft. I could end up deforming the castings in the process.
Well, yeah. I said, you know, just hammer it away, but whatever your method is of preserving your casing.
This is actually really satisfying. Instead of just slowly blasting the whole thing away, I try to cut large pieces off.
That is satisfying.
To give you some idea, each shell took about 30 minutes to remove.
Damn.
These castings turned out super nice looking.
A good result.
You can see these booger looking things here, which are caused by air bubbles as I dip the models into the slurry. These are
You can just chip those off though, right?
really easy to remove with a chisel though, and besides that, they're just about perfect.
Yeah. Very carefully. I see. That's really good.
Now I'm drilling a hole into the center while I have some
Way better than anything I can do. I mean, if I stepped foot into this workshop, I wouldn't even know where to begin on how to make something like that. Really. That just
something to hold on to in the vise. It'll make it easier to file in the pentagonal shapes later on, and you'll see what I mean in a minute.
I know that shit had to have been taxing. Oh, and you already got your hole there. Nice. Better to drill the hole first than to drill the hole afterwards so you don't compromise, you know. That's cool as shit. I kind of want it. What would I do with it? I don't know. It would probably just sit on my desk. But I want it.
I wonder what I could use these for.
And when someone asks me about it, they're like, oh, hey, what is that? I don't know. But it looks cool, doesn't it? I like it.
Any ideas?
Wait, what did...
I wonder what I could use these for. Any...
Man, you can use that shit for a lot of stuff. Really. We were just talking about swordsmithing. You could probably turn those into some fucking daggers. Or like a necklace. Or you could just use it to fend off a Karen. Plenty of applications for that, and you could probably turn that into a million different things. So, I mean, hell, you could make stakes out of that. You know, make your own stakes for your own camping, for your own tent, shit like that. There's tons of stuff. The possibilities are actually fucking endless with
Any ideas?
Vampire spikes. I said stakes for like, you know, keep your tent down, but yeah, that too. That too.
It's really important that these pentagonal holes are filed straight and precise, as I'll be 3D printing plugs to fit perfectly into them. These plugs will serve as points where I'll be able to spin the sphere, so the fit needs to be exact for smooth and balanced rotation. The last step is to polish.
Man, you know, like, if I were to do this, you know what my biggest problem would be? Is overdoing stuff. Because take, for instance, this right here. I would get overzealous with that, man. And I've done it several times.
I've done it several times, dude, where like I'm doing something and I overdo it because I either get tunnel vision or it's just like a relaxing thing that I'm doing and I just end up doing too much and I don't realize it because this seems like relaxing, really just, you know, doing your thing, especially if you enjoy it, right? I would just lose track and end up just fucking that thing up like, oh shit. God damn, I've been doing this for a whole hour? Yeah,
The last step is to polish each facet, and this little belt grinder really made it easy. I'm using a Scotch Brite-like belt, which can polish each facet in just a few seconds. Since it's solid copper though, it heats up really quickly, so I have to cool it down in between each one.
This man has hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of equipment in this fucking workshop, and we probably haven't even seen all of it. Every single bit of equipment that I've seen him use, bro, is not cheap. I can't tell you how much it is, but I'd know just by fucking looking at it. It is not cheap. Especially that one sandblaster that he had where he sticks his hands in it. That shit's not cheap either, bro. Like, this guy has a lot of cool shit that allows him to do this stuff very, very well. So don't think that you can just like go home in your backyard with like a couple of fucking trinkets and make some shit like this happen. Like, no, this man has some fucking nice ass shit when it comes to doing this stuff, dude.
Well, here it is. I think this thing turned out incredibly cool looking. Honestly, even if I had just made it as something cool to look at, I'd still...
Standard for sandblasters, actually? Yeah, man, this isn't my world. So this is all news to me, but it just looked expensive. So if it's standard, then for sure. The standard one looks like it cost a couple $1,000s. Am I wrong? Am I right? Am I way off? I don't know. It just looks like it doesn't cost anywhere in the hundreds. And that's the standard one?
Still be really happy. Okay, let's find out if it actually works. Here are the plugs that I'll press into the holes I filed in. Hopefully they'll stay put.
Close.
It's not what's next. It's where.
Is at least. That's close. Couple thousand? Yeah. I kind of figured. And I've seen him use so many different machines in here that, man, that...
To hold the sphere together, I printed some clips, which should do the trick. The magnet I'm using is a 2-inch N52 neodymium magnet. It's the most powerful grade you can buy as far as I know. And of course, I also made a stand for everything.
The most powerful magnet that a human is allowed to own. I feel, yeah, probably.
To sit on.
Dude, that is cool as shit.
Okay, so I've resisted actually spinning this thing up until this moment, so hopefully something cool happens. Oh yeah, it is. It's actually floating right there, look. There, and now it's kind of falling, but yeah, at the right speed.
You have to spin it fast enough.
Right there. Yep.
That's too easy, bro. There's a hole there. Just attach like a small motor to it so you can get the RPMs to where it actually floats. You need more speed for this. But it does work, yeah. Theory confirmed.
That's so cool. I wonder if I can get a better angle on this so you can see what I mean. Okay, so I changed up the lighting a little bit, and obviously it's a different angle, so hopefully you can see what I'm seeing. Yeah, it is actually floating there.
The fact that you barely hear it scraping the sides means that it actually is floating. Yeah.
Just about getting the right speed.
You gotta get
right
the
there.
right RPM. Yeah, right there.
Yep. It's totally just floating there. That's awesome.
That's cool.
Oh man, that's so cool. Let's try a drill.
There we go, something motorized. Yeah, I knew that would do it. It's floating, dog. I can see it. Yeah. Oh my god, he let it rip there. Yeah.
So I think when I do it really, really fast,
when you do it really, really fast, that shit is literally in the middle. It doesn't move.
centripetal force is just forcing it over to one side, I think.
No, I don't
So
think
obviously
it's,
this is working.
I think it's right
but
in the
it's
middle if you spin it really, really fast. Because if it's off to one side, that means it touches. But if it touches, it makes noise, and it wasn't making noise. No, I think you found the right speed, and it's fast as shit.
difficult to get it at a consistent speed. And also this plug isn't fitting in there really well. I think it's kind of worked itself loose. So I'm gonna need to reprint this, and then
Alex, what's up,
in the
man?
future, maybe I'll hook it up to a motor, and that'll make it a lot more consistent. So clearly it works, but the effect isn't quite as dramatic as I was hoping for. There may be some ways I can improve on it, so let me know if you have any ideas. Besides levitating a magnet, there are a whole lot of other things I can do with this thing. By using another magnet about a foot away, I can rotate the whole sphere.
That's cool. Dude, what if you made a contraption that you could set right in front of that sphere that spins this magnet and in turn spins the sphere and in turn that thing floats because of an external force acting on another external force that is causing the ball within to levitate? That'd be cool as shit. You should try it.
It's really hard to show on camera just how strange it is to manipulate the magnet in here. It's almost like it's underwater. It's very bizarre. Let me know if you can think of some experiments I should try, and I'll make a compilation video.
Dude, that to me, that's just better than a fidget spinner, really. I could literally just play with this thing and just play with it. Take it apart, throw it up, open it, play with the ball, put it back in, spin it, turn it around. Like I could have a ball with that thing. No pun intended.
If you would like to follow along with the progress of my projects and help to support the channel, then
I'll put the Discord link in chat here in a minute 32.
consider joining my Patreon for Patreon-only content. I hope you enjoyed the video.
And yeah, the Discord link on my Patreon probably needs to be updated. I only put a certain amount of uses on it, and then whenever it ends, whenever it ends, I redo the limit on it. So hold on real quick, I got you. That's the link to the Discord 32 if you need it, if you want it. Feel free to join us. Okay. Let me see. Well, it looks like we're gonna be watching that video sometime tomorrow, or not tomorrow, but sometime on Thursday. 22 versus 500. America's defiant stand at Lonzerath Ridge. I'm down for that. I'm down for that. Not today, but I'm down for that. Matter of fact, that can be the one we do in lieu of the other one that you requested that's long as shit, Vince.
until we actually do get to that one that's long as shit, you know? But let me just double check to make sure there's a... Is that against the... I don't know. I don't know. It just says hold the ridge at all costs. I don't know what it's about. But when we get to it, we shall find out. Oh no. I kind of want to watch this because it's kind of brain rot, really. And I kind of want to watch something that I want to watch. But this one's titled A Fat Chick Gets Rejected and the Internet is Big Mad. Do y'all want to do it? Do y'all want to click on it? Because I think we did everything on the list. Yeah, and David never changed his request. I wish he would have changed it so I could at the very least do whatever the changed request was, but... I gotta edit that one. Shit. Alright, let me check the ones that were put. I don't know why I bothered pulling this up on my computer if I'm not gonna use it. Fine. Alright, no, yeah. That'll do it. Since Vince isn't here, I was just gonna run this one that's 40 minutes, but it's fine. I'll just wait on the next variety stream to do that. So yeah. That being the case, I don't think we have anything else on the list, so I'm gonna... Vince, you're here. Okay, cool. So I was about to jump off, but since you're here, I will run this, because everybody in here likes Fat Electrician. I will run this brand new video that he uploaded from an hour ago. If y'all are down with that, let me know, and then I will go smoke and we will run it. If not, I will depart and go eat and go put up and go carve pumpkins with my niece. So just let me know. And I gotta pour this shit out. That's getting to be a little too much. Alright, so just let me know. Chat. I'll be right back. Let me know if you want to watch that. Dude, I'm sorry. I had to fucking get some food. I had to get some food, man. This will be like the first time I eat all day. I gotta stop doing that. Oh, okay. I don't know what the fuck this is, but okay.
That's chicken, man!
I need help. You and I can finish what we started.
All right, the most
Okay. Oh my god. One bite and my hunger went away. Ugh. Okay. Yeah, Vince. It's all good, man. Pay attention. Do your homework. If you miss something, you can watch it back. Believe me, whatever you're doing is so much more important than this. Especially in that regard. But if you're done, that's cool.
All right, the most decorated platoon of World War II. Today we're talking about the Battle of Lazarus Ridge when 22 American soldiers stood their ground against 500 German paratroopers and quite possibly changed the entire outcome of the Second World War, and they didn't even know it. But first, a word from our sponsor. What is happening right now?
You let her rearrange the man cave?
Delete me.
We're not going to use the new couch?
No, the small one's iconic, plus the big one hurts.
Yes.
Anyway, where do you want this thing?
Coffee table.
Will the audience be able to see it?
Yeah, I got a thing for that. Look at this.
Really? A spotlight for the IRS?
I didn't think about that part.
You're extra.
Love you. Anyways, Delete Me. Super straightforward business. You give them money, they turn around and they make sure the data brokers aren't selling your personal information on the internet. So here's how this happens. Pretty much anytime you use a free app or internet service, that app or service isn't actually free. What they're doing is they're harvesting your personal information, then they turn around, they sell it to data brokers, and then the data brokers sell it to anybody that has money. The good news is these data brokers are legally required to stop selling your personal information if you formally ask them to. The problem is there's a bunch of different data brokers and they all have a different process for you to formally request that they quit selling your information. That's where Delete Me comes in. Delete Me monitors all the biggest data brokers for your personal information, and as soon as it comes up for sale, they automatically write in and have them take it down as soon as possible. And then as long as you're subscribed to Delete Me, they will continue to monitor, checking and and they have to delete it again. So if that's something you'd be interested in, I will have a link and a discount code down below. Let's get back to the video. All right, important background info. September 1944. Things are not going well for Germany.
I have such a better idea. Sorry, one last time. This might be loud, but it won't last long.
Germany in World War II at this point. On the east, they have the Soviet Union Red Army closing in, and on the west, they have the Allied forces closing in as well. At this point, the Allied forces have already stormed the beach at Normandy, they've retaken North Africa, they've retaken France and Belgium, and now Allied forces are right up on the German border at the Siegfried Line. It is Germany's last line of defense, their western wall, almost 400 miles of dragon's teeth, tank traps, mines, barbed wire, and it's all covered by over 18,000 concrete reinforced bunkers with artillery and machine guns. And it is the advice of almost every high-ranking German officer that Hitler should order his men to hunker down and defend throughout the winter. But Hitler has a different idea. Hitler wants to do the exact opposite. He wants to go home with the girl that he took to prom, so to speak. Hitler got here by being overtly aggressive. He attacked Poland, and then he launched the Blitz to take over France. He attacked quickly and violently to a degree that nobody had ever seen before, taking everybody off guard. They literally called his tactics the Blitzkrieg, the lightning war, and he wants to do that again. Rather than playing defense and waiting for the enemy to come to them, he wants to go to the enemy. He wants
It works the first few times. A blitz like that, especially when you catch people off guard and it's a surprise. But once they know their enemy, that shit doesn't work the same ever again. Cuz now they know it's coming. They're ready for it.
To launch,
and they're used to this tactic by now.
A major offensive, and the German military only has one left in him. This is an all or nothing strategy, and if he fails, the war is essentially over, but that's not going to deter him. You see, along the Western Front, you have the British and the Canadians in the north, and you have the Americans in the south, and it is Hitler's strategy to launch another Blitzkrieg-style attack right down the middle, splitting the British and the Canadians from the Americans, separating the Allied forces. After splitting the Allied forces, he wants to drive the Canadians and the British to Antwerp, essentially pushing them up against the sea, creating another Dunkirk-type situation, forcing the British and Canadians to surrender, and then he hopes to broker a peace deal with America because America won't want to be the only Allied force left fighting them. Assuming that plan works, he will no longer have a Western Front to defend, and he will be able to divert his entire military to the Eastern Front to combat the Red Army. This is a Hail Mary. This is an all-or-nothing strategy, and the Germans need everything.
This is assuming every single thing goes according to plan. This is assuming America reacts to this in a certain way. This is assuming the Allied forces react to this in a specific way. There's a lot of shit. There's a lot of room for failure with this.
Front to combat the Red Army. This is a Hail Mary. This is an all-or-nothing strategy, and the Germans need everything to go right if they want any chance of success. They need the weather to comply, and they need the element of surprise. Because of this, the entire offensive is going to need to run on a very tight timetable. Once they invade and knock the Allied forces on their heels, they're going to need to keep them on their heels the entire time until they've won. If even a single German unit gets hung up or delayed, it could throw off the timetable, allowing the Allied forces to regain a foothold and launch a successful defense and maybe even a counteroffensive. And that would essentially bring an end to World War II in the European theater with the Nazis losing. The crazy part about a strategy that's this big and this time sensitive is that it could be just one small contingency of men led by one officer that's willing to fight to the bitter end that could set about a chain reaction that would bring about the end of the entire Third Reich. And what's even crazier is Hitler would probably never even find out that dude's name.
I have a secret, and you have to decide if it's true or false.
We will not work with a serial killer.
Lyle Bauk was born on December 17th, 1923 in Fenton, Missouri. He grew up during the Great Depression with 5 siblings. His father was a carpenter, and as I'm sure you can imagine, there wasn't a whole lot of new construction going on during the Great Depression, so he grew up in what many of us would consider to be soul-crushing poverty. Luckily, ignorance is bliss, and young Lyle was just a kid. Whatever he experienced was normal to him. He had no idea that it was irregular for a family that large to live in a one-bedroom home with no electricity and no plumbing. He didn't know that it wasn't normal that nobody was full after dinner and that all the siblings would go out to eat dandelions and wild berries for dessert. But as he got older, he started to fully understand his family's situation, and by the time he was 14, he wanted to help. So he went and he enlisted in the Missouri National Guard, where he would be able to make $1 a day every time he had drill. In the Army, Lyle's basically a prodigy. He's incredibly intelligent, he's great at everything he does, and he grew up some poor depression kid eating dandelions in his backyard, right? There's nothing the Army can do to him that his childhood hasn't already done, and he deemed his childhood as a good time. So all all of this is just fun to him, no matter how much it would suck to anybody else. By the time he's 16 years old, he is the supply sergeant for his entire unit, and in December of 1940, as World War II is starting to heat up, America has not entered the war yet, but it's looking like we're gonna. They're starting to draft people. His entire reserve unit gets activated to go do a bunch of training. So Bouk and his unit are down in Texas and Louisiana. They're training for a full year. They go from December 19...
Damn. A full year. And he said that he got $1 a day while training? Or maybe like once you get activated, you get a bump in pay, maybe. Even then, even so, even still, $1 a day for 365 days. That'd be something great to send to your family, especially in those times.
40 till December of 1941. Early December rolls around, they're getting ready, they're packing their shit, they're gonna go back home. They've been gone for an entire year. Japanese attack Pearl Harbor, they're not going home. They get told, congratulations, your active duty has been extended indefinitely.
Hey, kids, what's going on? War! We're going to war!
Don't worry though, it gets better. You see, the Army in its infinite wisdom is like, okay, we've got this group of National Guard guys. They've been training for a full year. They're ready to go. They've been training in Texas and Louisiana. They're used to the heat. They're acclimated for the desert and the jungle with extreme humidity. Okay, where should we put them? And the Army's like, the Aleutian Islands, aka fucking Alaska, which is just brilliant. Okay, so Bouk's unit is gonna get sent up to the Aleutian Islands because they're concerned that the Japanese are now going to attack the West Coast, and one of the first places they would attack would be the Aleutian Islands, so they're basically gonna be there ready to fight the Japanese if they come. So at this point, Bouk is like, I would rather do literally anything else. So he goes and he volunteers for OCS school, and he volunteers for this new sketchy job called being a paratrooper.
For those of you that don't know, OCS school, OCS stands for Officer Candidate School. So he's going from being a supply sergeant to now he's about to be an officer.
And OCS school gets back to him first, which is the officer training course. He gets shipped off to school to become an officer. So Bouk ships off for Fort Benning. He's going to end up being an infantry officer. He goes through the course, graduates top of his class. He does so well, they end up retaining him and not shipping him off to war because they're going to use him as an instructor to train a bunch of more recruits that are coming through. So he actually ends up doing that for a year at Fort Benning, training small group defensive tactics for the infantry. So a year goes by, Bouk is 19 years old. He gets orders to go down to Camp Maxey, Texas.
And ain't nothing to fucking do at Fort Benning at the time. I don't even know if Columbus even existed back then. But yeah, that place had to have been boring as hell on your days off.
He's going to be joining the 99th Infantry Division before they get ready to ship off to combat. He's not really sure where they're shipping off to yet. Nobody knows if they're going to the Pacific Theater or the European Theater, but just judging on the fact that they're in Texas where it's warm and the European Theater is about to go into winter, it would make sense that he was going to the Pacific Theater, so he's starting to mentally get himself ready for that. So he gets down to Camp Maxey, and at this point in the war, it's like 1943, so most of the younger officers, Bouk's only 19 years old, he's a first lieutenant, and most of the junior officers that are young are all what's called a 90-day wonder, which basically means they pluck some kid out of college, sent him to officer training school for 90 days, and turn him around and sent him into combat to lead men into battle. So being called a 90-day wonder is like a derogatory term. It's definitely not.
Yeah, that's awful. That's absolutely awful. That is sinful. Hold on.
Junior officers that are young are all what's called a 90-day wonder, which basically means they pluck some kid out of college, sent him to officer training school for 90 days, and turn him around and sent him into combat to lead men.
Ew. 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 This is like one of the first times I've had to pause so far in the video. That is awful. That would be terrible. Oh, absolutely not. I would not like that in the slightest. I would be upset. Because man, if you're a veteran, you understand, dude. But in these times, man, you were drafting. But at the same time, though, still, that's awful. That's really shitty, especially for the men that are being led. You're being led by a kid who was told, hey, drop your fucking books, you're gonna do this shit, and I feel like you should make officers out of the ones that join that want to be there, right? Because there's nothing worse than having someone in a combat zone that's supposed to have your back that doesn't want to be there. And I get it, you know, obviously no one wants to be there, obviously, but you know what I'm saying? Like, giving that much responsibility and saying, hey, you go lead these men. feel like, I don't know. As per draft stuff, I would promote from within for officers, man. I wouldn't draft for an officer because, and then it's 90-day training. That's it, man. That's crazy. Hell no. My officer, my fucking PL went through more than that just to become an officer, and I still didn't take anything that he had to say into account because he had never deployed before. This motherfucker didn't know anything. But
into battle. So being called a 90-day wonder is like a derogatory term. It's definitely not a compliment. It's basically everybody in your chain of command being like, hey, I respect the rank you have on your chest, but also I have zero faith in your ability to do absolutely anything. So that's kind of what everybody just assumes Bauk is. He's so young, they look at him, 19-year-old kid, first lieutenant on his...
He was the exception, but again, we ain't talking, I'm talking about the majority of the time that, yeah, that's...
Chest are like, 90-day wonder. In reality, Bauk has 5 solid years of experience already at 19 years old. He is one of, if not the most experienced junior officer in the United States Army at this point. His chain of command realizes this and they give him a more important task. He ends up getting tasked with standing up and creating...
Who would have thought that the guy that had prior service as an enlisted member would shine as an officer? Because that's the one thing that he has that the others didn't. Those fuckers, they just got plucked right out of college. They probably didn't have plans to join the military, right? But yeah, imagine. Who would have thought, right? Who would have thought that? Duh.
The INR platoon, the Infantry and Reconnaissance Platoon for the 394th Infantry Regiment of the 99th Infantry Division. Now, an INR platoon at this point is what we today would call a scout sniper platoon in the infantry. Basically, they take some of the better or the best infantry guys available from the entire regiment, stick them inside of this platoon, and they learn different tactics because they have a completely different job from the rest of the infantry. Their job's going to be going out behind enemy lines, surveilling the enemy, gathering intelligence, potentially capturing other enemy scouts, things of that nature. Bauk is basically told, hey, here's access to all the personnel files for the entire 99th Infantry Division. Pick your top 18 guys. You got to have 2 squads of 9. So he immediately goes through all the personnel records, starts picking guys out. His criteria is you have to be either a high school graduate or currently going to college. You have to have an IQ of 110 or higher. You have to be a qualified expert marksman with the M1 Grand, and you have to be physically fit. So he goes, he gets like a list of like 50 names, goes around talking.
That is some solid prerequisites. I like it. However, I don't know where I would fall on an IQ test. So that's neither here nor there.
Everybody gets a bunch of volunteers. He ends up having 21 volunteers, but he only needs 18 men. So he has this little miniature selection process.
21 volunteers, you only need 18 men. But are all these men gonna meet those qualifications? Maybe.
3 of the men fall out. He's got his crew of 18. And from here, Bauk uses the rest of the time he has stateside to train the holy hell out of these 18 guys. Remember, he was an infantry instructor at Fort Benning for a year. This guy knows how to train people, and now he is overly committed to 18 people specifically. He makes them do the hardest obstacle course at Camp Maxey every single morning. By the time they get done with training and get shipped off to war, this group of 18 is an excellent team, and they are in phenomenal shape. And then one day they just get told, hey, pack your shit, head to the train yard, you're shipping off to war. They don't even tell these guys where they're going. Now at this point, you gotta remember, it's like late 1944. The Allied forces are dominating over in Europe. The German army's on its last leg. They've got the Germans pretty much pushed all the way back into Germany, and they're just manning the Siegfried line. Okay, so everybody's kind of hoping they're going to Europe, but also everybody kind of already knows they're going to the Pacific Theater. They've had these guys out training in the desert the entire time. It's just obvious they're gonna send them over to that tropical environment, and they're gonna have to go toe-to-toe with the Japanese, which is horrifying. So they all get to the train yard. Nobody tells them shit. They still don't know where they're going. Everybody's just kind of like, we're going to Japan. We've got to be going to Japan, right? They get in the train. Nobody tells them where they're going. And they're like, well, fuck it. I guess we'll know in a second when the train starts moving east or west. Because obviously if we're going to the west, we're going.
Anyone in here who served and deployed, did you know where you were going before you deployed? Or no? I'm pretty sure you probably knew. I knew. I knew what country I was going to. They didn't tell me what part of the country I was going to be in. They didn't tell me. They didn't give me a location. They didn't give me coordinates. They didn't even tell me like on Google Maps or nothing. They just said, you're going to this country and you'll know exactly what part of the country when your helicopter lands there. I was like, oh, okay. All right.
We're going to the Pacific Theater. If we're going to the East, we're going over to Europe. And sure enough, the train starts heading to the East Coast. These boys are headed over to the European theater in winter, despite the fact that they're acclimated to living in a desert, which, I mean, it makes sense if you don't think about it.
To get started in data analytics, you don't need previous experience or a degree. The Google Data Analytics Certificate.
So the 99th Infantry Division gets over to Europe. They end up manning the Siegfried Line. The entire Siegfried Line on the Allied side is pretty sparsely defended. They're not anticipating the Germans are going to launch a counteroffensive and attack, so they're just kind of spread out, maintaining the...
It's 18, but the title says 22. Did they pick up some extra homies along the way that were like, yeah, fuck yeah, I'll help you? Maybe.
Area. They're going to let winter do some of the work for them because it's November in 1944. Let the Germans go in there, freeze their ass off. The Red Army's attacking them from the other front. Like, let's just wait a minute and chill is more or less a strategy. So a lot of the infantry guys on that front aren't doing a whole lot other than just securing that front line. But Bauk and the INR platoon are scouts. They're going to be going ahead and they're going to be actually scouting out the Siegfried Line. They're going to be making maps, getting spots of where all the bunkers are, where all the booby traps are, all the minefields, gathering all the intel and trying to capture German scouts and intelligence along the way. Now, because the INR platoon is going to be sneaking up on the enemy front lines trying to gather reconnaissance, their job is a little bit more dangerous, so Bauk wants to give him and his men the best firepower they can possibly get, so he goes out to the mechanics and the engineers and asks them to make some modifications to the INR platoon's M1 carbines.
Need more firepower.
If you don't know, the M1 carbine is semi-automatic and it has a 15-round magazine, so they go and they end up welding two magazines together to make a bunch of 30-round magazines, and then they modify the sears inside of the carbines to make them fully automatic. So now the INR platoon is going to be running around the woods in Germany with what amounts to a bunch of submachine guns.
Yeah.
By December 1944, they're
Damn.
going out, they're doing missions, and one of the first
Damn.
missions they wanted to
and
take
bro,
private...
let me just tell you, in these times, having fully automatic capabilities is... It is battle changing. That's the best way I can put it.
Leopold with them. Now, Private Leopold in the INR platoon is unique because he was actually from Germany. His family fled when the Nazis came to power because they were Jewish. So Private Leopold is extremely valuable because not only does he speak German, but he speaks German in a German accent. It's his native tongue. So he's going to be able to overhear Germans if they get close enough to spy on them,
or he can infiltrate.
They capture one, he's going to be able to interrogate him. It's a very valuable asset to have.
No, never mind. That's a stupid idea. Not infiltrate, because then you lose your only way of translating. But if worse came to worse on like some crazy situation type shit, he could infiltrate. That's fantastic. That's cool as shit.
Problem is he's Jewish and he's from Germany. If he gets captured by the Nazis, it's
dead.
Pretty much a death sentence right out of the gate.
But...
And he's already being a scout, like the most forward infantry unit available, so his chances of being caught are
exponentially
higher than virtually anybody else's. So he's not super keen on going out on missions unless he's feeling like he's at 100%. And on this particular day, he's sick and he's got a really bad cough. So Leopold goes to the chain of command and he's like, hey, I've got this really bad cough. I'm a scout. We're trying to like sneak up on the enemy. Maybe me coughing the entire time isn't going to work out that great. Also, I'd rather not get caught because I'm Jewish. What do you think? Can I sit this mission out? And the chain of command's like,
I mean, it's extra bad because you're Jewish, but at the same time, if you're just an American period or an Allied force period, it's not looking good for you regardless if you get caught by the Germans. And I know that in a lot of cases, Germans would have POW camps. There was a lot of times where they wouldn't kill you. They would just jail you. But I mean, some of those people that were captured and jailed that didn't get executed, they still died in those prisons. A lot of them did. So, I mean, it's pretty bad regardless. But yeah, it's extra bad because you most definitely are Jewish. Yeah.
I mean, you speak German, right? You'll cough in a German accent. It'll be fine.
Uh-oh. You okay there, Dennis?
So Leopold's like, okay, I guess. So he goes out on this mission, immediately starts coughing the entire time. Bauk is like, Leopold, shut the fuck up. Start eating snow. So Leopold spends the entire mission just eating snow to calm his throat down so he's not coughing. Ends up working great.
Does it? I was about to ask. That kind of sounds like bullshit. That kind of sounds like rub some dirt on it. That shit don't work at all. It did work. Okay. I didn't know that was a thing. All right.
together, and they come across a dead German soldier's body. At first, they're worried that it's a booby trap, so they sit there, they watch it for a while.
Where would they know he's Jewish from? I don't know, man. Like, back in, I've seen plenty of times where maybe it's fake Hollywood bullshit, but I've seen in some films and in like some where like they could just tell, right, just by looking at you. If it's a lot of times that they couldn't tell that you were Jewish, they could just tell that you weren't German, I feel. And so, yeah, it's just extra dangerous for him, because even though he can speak the language and he has the accent and everything, it's just like, how do I put it? How do I put it? Like, think of like the darkest Indian, right? Someone could probably mistake him for black, right? Because, you know, like some Indians, you have like really, really dark-skinned Indians, really, really light-skinned Indians. And that one dark-skinned Indian, you'd probably mistake him for black, but he's not. And like a black person would know, right? Like really, really dark Indian goes into, I guess, black territory. They're like, bro, like, I know you're not. I can see it written all over your fucking face when you have to speak. Maybe that's the case. Some of them could probably just see it written all over you, all over your face, your facial features, maybe the thickness of your eyebrows, maybe your hair, maybe just like facial features, man, really. So circumcision, I doubt they're going to ask you to drop your pants just to verify. But I mean, yeah, sure.
There's no movement anywhere around it, so it's probably not an ambush. And then they sneak up on it and they tie a rope around.
Also, the pronunciation of certain words. Yes, even though you speak the language, like there's just certain nuances with the language that, you know what I'm saying, that only like a full 100% thoroughbred German would know. Like certain ways of speaking, certain lingo, certain, like, it's a different dialect, really. Just certain those things you could give yourself away fairly easily, I feel, which is why there's so much tension with Leopold, really, for the most. And I get it, right? You're putting yourself in a lot of, like, you're already putting yourself in danger, but because of what you are, the danger is amplified, and I get it. So, Inglourious Bastards and The Hold Up, the number 3. It's been a while since I've seen that movie. Ministry of Ungentlemanly Warfare explained it. What did they explain?
On the ankle of the body, and then get as far away as they can before pulling it like 6 to 8 feet, just to make sure it's not booby trapped with like a grenade underneath it or something. And it's not. So they go, they search the body, they find an ID card, they find out what unit this guy's from, and they find some other intel on him. This is the first successful mission of the INR platoon. A couple days after that, they go out on another patrol. They end up running into a German patrol, and then they immediately outgun them using their modified M1 carbines, and they end up wiping out the entire German patrol. So things are going great. The INR platoon is performing exactly how they trained to perform. They're going out, they're scouting, they're doing their job, they're getting it done. And what is...
And all that, not having trained a single fucking day for this environment, right? They're in the cold right now, and they trained for an entire year for heat, jungle, humidity, shit like that. So that just adds to the legend of these men, their adaptability.
What does the military do when things aren't broken? That's right, we fix them anyways. You know what would be cool if the INR platoon, the intelligence and reconnaissance platoon, rather than going out and gathering intelligence and performing reconnaissance, what if we set them up in static fighting positions and ordered them to hold a point like every other infantry company on the planet?
It's a great idea, right?
It's a terrible idea.
'Tis not your God, but his golden princess that holds me, and I fan your...
Yeah, I noticed his I thought it was his man cave, but then I saw the couch and then the comforter. I was like, that looks more like a living room than anything else.
So December 10th, Bauk's commanding officer rolls up and is like, hey, get in the Jeep. He drives Bauk out and he drives him to this little tiny village of like 15 houses and a cafe called Lazarus. And Lazarus has this main road running right through the top of it. Inside of Lazarus, there's like 50 anti-tank soldiers and then like 4 forward observers, you know, the guys that call in the artillery. And then right on the other side of the town, there's this ridge with a wood line. And the commander's like, hey, I want you and your 18 guys to go ahead and hold this ridge on this wood line. We can't lose this town on the off chance that the Germans do attack, because this would be the best route for a bunch of tanks to come storming through. So Bauk and the Iron Arm platoon are not excited about this. This is not what they trained to do. It's not really their job. They don't have the training. And when you don't have the training, you get to do the most terrifying thing in the military. You get to wing it, and Bauk is going to do just that. So obviously they're about to start stealing shit. Sorry, I mean strategically.
Oh, he moved to a new house. Oh, okay. I thought he just moved to a different part of the existing house he was in.
Transferring equipment to an alternate location.
The finest merchandise this side of the River Jordan on sale today. Come on down.
And the best way to go about that this time is to not actually steal it. It's actually to trade stuff that they've already stolen. I mean, acquired. You see, because the Iron Arm platoon was one of the only units actually going out scouting and engaging German scouts, they were also some of the only men on the Western Front at this point in time that had gathered memorabilia, if you will. And let's face it, everybody wants a good souvenir, right? Including supply sergeants. So Bauk gathers up all their memorabilia, goes out to the supply sergeants. He ends up trading it. He ends up getting several Browning automatic rifles, a 30 caliber machine gun, and then he ends up trading some pretty substantial pieces of memorabilia and gets a Jeep that he then convinces the mechanics to weld tank plate armor onto and mount a 50 caliber machine gun on top of, and he drives that out to Lazarus. So the Iron Arm platoon gets all their new equipment. They head out to Lazarus. There was a unit that was already there that had already dug.
If only it actually worked that way in today's military. Or if only it still worked that way.
Foxholes, but their foxholes kind of sucked. They weren't very deep, so the Iron Arm platoon gets to work. They dig the foxholes way deeper. They go out in the woods and they cut down a bunch of 4 to 5 inch thick trees. They build it up on top and they cover the foxholes with wood as well. They camouflage the holy hell out of everything. They even dig a foxhole for the Jeep with a ramp to drive down into, so it has its own fortified fighting position. So while that's going on, Bauk goes down into town in Lazarus. He wants to figure out everything that's going on. He wants to talk with the FOs, talk with the anti-tank guys, just get everything under control and know what's going on, right? He gets there, kind of a giant shit show. They've clearly been here for a while and there's not a whole lot going on. There's a family in town called the Schur family, and they're actually making hot food for all the Americans in exchange for chocolate and cigarettes. Now, the Schur family has already got their 25-year-old daughter sleeping in bed with the parents just so she stays away from all the American soldiers, and all the American soldiers have made her 16-year-old brother Adolf basically their mascot. He now speaks English, but only profanity. So with that, he goes back up to camp in his fortified fighting position, and they just kind of wait. They're there just making sure that the Germans don't attack, essentially, freezing their ass off. They've got a little heating shack. They're taking turns rotating in and out, warming up, sleeping, eating food, and this goes on for a couple of days. By December 13th, this new guy rolls into town, some Belgian guy acting kind of weird, so they, stop him. They talk to him. They're like, what are you doing? And he's like, I'm bringing my cousin some shoes. And they're like, right, that's a fucking spy. And they're
lying.
like debating on what to do with this guy. They can't really do shit with him, so they just end up letting him go. And from there, shit just gets weird. There's this like one corner of the area that they're overlooking with their fields of fire that they end up calling the creepy corner, because every single night something weird is going on over there, right? There's noises and nobody can see shit and they don't know what's going on over there. And eventually one night they're manning the positions and they hear snow, like freshly frozen snow. You know how when you step on it, it kind of got this big crunch sound as it breaks through? They hear that getting closer and closer and closer, and eventually they just open fire on it because it has to be someone or something coming right at it. And after they open fire, it's just quiet. And that was it for the rest of the night. They can hear some grumbling off in the distance, but nothing else ever came. The next morning, they go out and they investigate, and it was a dog that they had ended up shooting, but it was clearly a military-trained dog, but it was by itself.
Hey, look at us. Look at us. Huh? Who would have thought? Not me.
So that's weird. And then they adventure further past that, like 150.
That is weird, man. Just like walking, that's creepy ass dog. That dog was gathering intel. That was a spy dog.
200 yards, and then there's like ski tracks all over the place. And they're like, what the fuck is going on? So then the whole day.
It's a smart dog, really. I don't know.
Goes by, everything's seeming kind of normal. A Jeep shows up to resupply them with more food, and this time around, they all got a liquor ration, which is like immediately a red flag. Like they're only giving out liquor rations when they're about to ask us to do some dumb shit or something horrible is about to happen, okay? It's like getting a steak and lobster dinner. It's gonna happen right before somebody's about to die. They're not telling us something and we need to figure out what it is. But then somebody's like, hold on, maybe it's not that bad. Lieutenant Bauk actually turns 21 in 2 days on the 17th. So maybe it's so we can all have a party and get LT drunk.
Yeah. No. Sorry. Something bad's definitely gonna happen. Military don't give a fuck about your birthday.
Then more creepy noises all night long. That morning, a deer walks into camp. Naturally, they shoot it with a machine gun. They end up eating it. Then normal day, seems like, okay? Night of the 15th. More creepy noises all night long. But tonight the noises are different. Off in the distance, it almost sounds like there's engines running. So Lieutenant Bauk knows something's up.
Oh, bro, y'all are slowly but surely. I feel it. I feel it in my knee. Y'all are slowly but surely getting surrounded. You hear shit, right? You can't see it. You hear footsteps, dog. You hear noises. Can't really pinpoint what it is. You know what it is? I feel like it's this. I feel like there's something closing in on you. Slowly. 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 And then when the camera pans out, you're fully surrounded.
So he has all the guys up. They're all alert. They're all there. And then on the day of the 16th at 5:30 a.m., they start getting hit with a ton of artillery fire right on top of them. At this point, the whole platoon and Lieutenant Bauk are all shitting their pants. I mean, they've had a couple of firefights off in the woods with like 2 or 3 Germans, but this time it's completely different. It feels like they're in the shit. It feels like they're at D-Day taking a ton of artillery fire. The rounds that are getting shot towards them are set to airburst, so they're blowing up in the tree line before they hit the ground, and it's just sending shards of tree splinters everywhere. So the entire INR platoon is just hiding inside their foxholes, and at this point, everybody's pretty fucking happy that Lieutenant Bauk made everybody cut down trees and put roofs over their foxholes, because now it's gonna take a direct hit to take anybody out. The artillery barrage just keeps coming and coming and more, and it gets to the point that like the adrenaline wears off, and it just gets tiresome. Like the men are in their foxholes hiding and they're like, okay, you guys are gonna attack us. We get it. Quit launching artillery and just come get us already. But the artillery just keeps coming. Like it feels like it takes an entire day for this artillery to finally stop. Once the artillery fire finally stops, Lieutenant Bauk gets out of his foxhole to assess the situation. He looks down on Lanzarote and realizes all this artillery fire has only been hitting their wood line right on top of them and the one corner of Lanzarote where those 4 forward observers were, which means Belgian shoe guy was definitely a spy that fucked him over. And right as Bauk is putting that together, the 55 anti-tank guys are loading up in their Jeeps and they are peeling off, just straight up leaving. Bauk is obviously kind of pissed off that he didn't give them a heads up. I mean, they ran a phone line out to him, so they had a direct line of communication, but the artillery barrage must have taken it out. In fact, the artillery barrage has taken out all their phone lines, so now all they have is radio. So Bauk radios over to this anti-tank unit and they're like, yeah, we got orders to go over to this next town. That's where we're headed. At which point Bauk is like, okay, well, I can't do anything without you guys. Like, I have a 50 caliber machine gun and some small arms. If they roll up with a tank, we're done. We can't do anything. No. So Bauk gets on the radio with HQ, tells them the same thing. Hey, the 55 anti-tank guys left. We have nothing that can combat a tank. Do you want us to retreat back to a different position too? What do you want us to do? And Bauk is ordered to hold his position at all costs. Right around this time, the 4 forward observers that were down in town come up the hill. They're going to be...
I know that's kind of like annoying to hear, but surely there's help on the way, right? Right? Right?
Joining forces with the INR platoon because their position got absolutely pounded by artillery. So it is now Lieutenant Bauk, the INR platoon, and 4 forward observers for a total of 22 men defending...
That's the extra bodies, the forward observers. Okay. Man, that fucking... Those dudes that left, man, y'all are some turds. Y'all can just, like, stick around and help? I would. That's a free firefight. That's a free firefight, man. Just to get excited about these things, but...
Lanzarote and the road running through it. So the forward observers get settled into their new fighting positions, and as soon as that happens, hundreds of German soldiers descend upon Lanzarote. I mean, a shit ton. Luckily, it's very clear that these guys are not moving tactically. They're kind of just moseying through the town. They're not.
That's because they think that they think that their barrage of artillery killed everyone or made everyone flee. So they're just like, you know, walking down the street, just chilling, which is perfect.
Not expecting any resistance. They think that the Americans have either been taken out by that artillery barrage or that they all retreated after the fact. But as they start getting closer and closer to the ridge where the INR platoon is, Bauk finally makes out these aren't just German soldiers, these are German paratroopers carrying the new FG-42 assault rifle. Great.
Which can match their firepower, I think.
So not only are they outnumbered like 50-1, but these are also an elite infantry unit that have fancy new weapons. Perfect. In reality, and luckily for Bauk, a lot of these paratroopers were new recruits and weren't quite trained up to the paratrooper standard that the Germans had previously had earlier in the war, but Bauk doesn't know that, and he's still kind of shitting his pants about it. And honestly, it really doesn't matter that much because even with that being said, it's still 500-22. So seeing how vastly outnumbered they are, Lieutenant Bauk is like, okay, it's my turn to call in artillery fire. He hops on the radio, he calls for fire right on top of this massive formation of Germans, and they radio back and tell him, sorry, you're outside of the priority zone. We're taking attack from all.
I see 500 Germans. What more do you need as far as priority? Oh my god. Ugh.
All over the place, and you're just not a big priority right now, so you're just gonna have to live without it.
What do you mean? You mean to tell me? What military would miss out on the opportunity to simultaneously, in one fell swoop, wipe out 500 soldiers in one go? Well, apparently us. Apparently us. Holy shit.
Now, Bauk doesn't say it over the radio, obviously, but at this point, he's just kind of like, so let me get this straight. I need to hold this ground at all costs because it's of vital importance, but it's also not vitally...
It's so important, but you won't send anyone to... Yeah, go fuck yourself. That's, yeah, I'm thinking the same thing.
Important enough for you to throw some artillery fire my way to help me out in my 22-500 battle. Okay, great, perfect. You know what? I still have the element of surprise, so I've got that going for me at the very least. And as soon as he has that thought, he sets the radio down and one of his INR platoon guys goes, sir, you might want to look at this. He turns, looks down at Lanzaroth, and there's a German officer talking to a young blonde girl, and the young blonde girl is pointing directly at them, at which point Bauk is like, fuck. And then immediately all the Germans scatter and take cover. So now he has nothing, and it's just
That just feels like a scene straight out of the movie. Everything that's happened up to this point just feels like a scene straight out of the movie. Just like bad news after bad news after bad news. Because it started with like, oh, hey, the Germans are coming. Wait, where the fuck are you guys going? I guess they're gone. Hey, can I get some cover fire? No? Fuck me? Okay. That girl just told on us. Great. Great. That's shit.
Straight up 22-500.
What are you thinking? I think we're about fixing to get into a pretty good gunfight.
Popeye's wings are the official wing of watching football. Win the wing game every week with...
This is one of those...
Moments later, the Germans just bum rush.
This is one of those situations where you make right with whoever it is that you pray to. And you say your goodbyes in your own head, and then that's it. You ride. That you die here. That's at least that's the thought. That's my thought. Anyways, like this is gonna be it. So let's make the most of it. Kill as many as I can.
The hill that the INR platoon are on top of. About midway up this hill, there's this barbed wire fence. They didn't put it up, it'd been there forever, but none of the Germans even make it there. The INR platoon is just picking them off one by one. Remember, every single one of them is an expert marksman, and these guys are just out in the open running up a hill. They don't stand a chance. The INR platoon ends up driving the Germans back. Obviously, they fall back, they regroup. Bauk is going from foxhole to foxhole, redistributing ammunition, checking on all of his guys. Everybody's okay. They've repelled the first wave of the Germans. They're probably going to get flanked now. There's nobody out there. If they get flanked, they're screwed. At this point, it feels like they've been awake for 3 days, but in reality, it's only like 9 o'clock in the morning. And like I said,
that's what adrenaline does to you. And once that adrenaline wears off, man, oh, that shit's like a drug. You crash. You crash when that adrenaline wears off, man.
They're just sitting there waiting for this flank to come. They're just gonna fight till the bitter end. That's all they can really do. And they sit there and they wait and they wait, and minutes turn into hours. And then the German
adrenaline, like sometimes in a firefight, adrenaline won't last you the whole firefight sometimes. And in this case, they've been in this situation for a hot minute. So that initial adrenaline probably wore off after the artillery strikes. And right here, they're just, yeah.
launch another attack at 11 a.m., but they're not flanking them. They're using the same strategy. They're just running up the hill, trying to run through machine gun fire like it's World War I. At this point, Bauk is like, well, this is fantastic news. Finally, somebody's given me and the Iron R platoon a break, and it turns out it's the enemy. So they mow him down again, push him back again. Shortly after that, a couple of Germans approach under a white flag. Bauk goes up there to meet them. The Germans just want to be able to scoop up some of their dead and wounded off the side of this ridge, and Bauk is like, sure, go ahead, you do that. We won't fire on you. Go ahead, get your guys. Bauk retreats, hoping that when he's captured, they're going to extend him the same goodwill. So the medics come out, they scoop up all the medics under the hill. The Iron R platoon lets them do it, just as Bauk said they would. Everything's fine and dandy, and Bauk is kind of thinking to himself, like, all right, I have the high ground. I have fortified machine gun positions. They've figured it out after the first two runs.
Yeah,
they're definitely not going to try a full frontal assault where I have the high ground again.
Don't try it! High ground!
But
they don't do it again, do they? Do they? Do they?
German stormtroopers, I mean the paratroopers, are like,
you underestimate my power.
At 1 p.m., they launch a full frontal assault for a third time. And predictably so, they got the exact same results they got the first two times. The Iron R platoon guys described it as shooting clay pigeons at the state fair.
Oh my god, dude.
High ground. Wait, are you robbing me?
Then the same thing happens. The Germans fall back, they regroup. 3 p.m., they launch another full frontal attack. They get repelled again, except during this attack, they sent out so many men that the 50 caliber machine gun actually got burnt up because they were having to run it so hard to mow down so many Germans. In addition to that, they're also
I'm losing brain cells.
out of ammunition for the BARs, and Bauk's radio got shot in the middle of this firefight, so now they have no communication whatsoever. So now Bauk's making all the decisions. They've held this position longer than anybody could have ever expected them to. It's time to get the fuck out of here. So he goes, they sabotage all the Jeeps, and as soon as it gets dark out, they're gonna slip away into the forest at night and make their way back to headquarters on foot. Now that sounds a little bit crazy, like why wouldn't you want to drive? But in reality, there's probably Germans all over the road, and this is the Iron R platoon. That's their whole MO, is sneaking around in the woods and going unnoticed. This is their best shot at getting out of this. So they sabotage the Jeeps, they get ready to step off, and right at dusk as they're about to leave, the Germans attack them from their flank. They get into a firefight, but the Iron R platoon runs completely out of ammunition.
I mean, it's about time they fucking pulled their heads out of their asses. I mean, I feel like I would have learned after just the first time, right? Jesus. 4 waves. 4 waves. Lord.
And they get overrun by the Germans.
And for some way, somehow, some reason, that regime would have you believe that they were somehow superior. 4 waves. Fail. Let's do it again. Fail. Let's do it again. Fail. Let's do it again. And after 4 failures and hundreds of casualties, and somehow, some way, that regime tried to convince people that they were superior. No, I think you mean special, man. Like in the term of either way too many or not enough chromosomes, bro. That just like, that's... I'm gonna say it. That's retarded. Man.
And eventually, the Germans just roll up to the foxholes and they yell down, you can come out or we're going to send a grenade in. So foxhole by foxhole, the entire Iron R platoon surrenders. And as they come out, they're all shot up, blown up. They're all hit with shrapnel, gunshot wounds. Bauk took a bullet to the leg. Nobody's doing that great. But with the exception of one forward observer...
Doesn't matter. We embarrassed you on a massive scale and the story is still being told years on. Even after it. So, who was the actual loser here? The Germans. The Germans, bro. L for this battle, bro. Hard L. Capital, okay? L. Man, doesn't matter that you captured them. They embarrassed you on a massive scale. And on top of that, you went full fucking retard. Not once, not twice, not 3 times, but 4 times in a fucking row. L, you lost this. I hate to tell you.
By the name of Billy Queen, they're all still alive, which is pretty incredible for a 22 to 500 firefight.
Yeah.
So the Germans get the entire INR platoon and the 3 remaining FOs all lined up, and it becomes very apparent that the Germans are going to kill him. They're standing there with a machine gun, and right as this guy is about to let fire with this machine gun, a German officer comes running up the hill screaming, and next thing they know, the entire INR platoon is getting escorted down this hill into Lanzarote. Next thing they know, they're all getting funneled into the cafe in Lanzarote. The Germans are digging through their pockets, they're confiscating anything that's good, and the Germans confiscate all the cigarettes, and as they take all the cigarettes, they walk around and give the Americans one last cigarette, like, okay, maybe they are still gonna kill us. I have no idea what's going on. Either way, now they're all just sitting in the cafe, having their last cigarette, blown up, bleeding with bullet holes in them, and it's just dead quiet. Bauk said the loudest thing in that room was the second hand on the cuckoo clock in the corner, and it was ungodly loud. It was so quiet that in between the noises of the second hand on that cuckoo clock, Bauk could actually hear the Germans, the superior master race, across town in their aid stations screaming from their injuries. Meanwhile, him and all of his men are just sitting in the cafe, dead quiet, stone face, having a cigarette. That's like
great.
The biggest cool guy moment
It
ever.
is.
So the INR platoon finishes their last cigarette, and then they just sit there, and they sit there, and they sit there, and they sit there, and then eventually Bauk is just trying to think to himself over that annoying-ass cuckoo clock in the corner, and he just starts to get really down. He's not happy with how things went, right? He spent 6 years of his life training for this, and he goes into combat, and the first time he really goes into combat, he gets the best guys that the 99th Infantry had to offer. They let him pick the best of the best, and he took them into battle, and in one day, he got all of them captured and most likely killed. And
No, man. You should probably not be that hard on yourself. Jesus. No. Leave it up to a fantastic soldier to shoulder the blame of something that's not even his fault, his doing, or anything like that. One, they didn't even train to be in this area. They didn't even train to be in this environment. And then they get here with 18 men. They get abandoned by a group that should have helped them. Air support tells them to fuck off. He has to fend for himself and lead his men against 500. You successfully do that, and you're still sitting here down on yourself? Come on, man. No. I don't think so. I don't believe so.
And it's all on him. Or at least that's how he felt at the time. And
you shouldn't feel like that at all. I mean, I can understand why you probably feel that way, but there was just more shit at play here besides just you, and you just made the best out of a shitty situation. Should try to I don't like when soldiers do this, man. They shoulder the responsibility, the load, the blame, the for something that they couldn't even predict, help, or stop. You know what I'm saying? Like
continues to sit there for hours, just loathing himself in the silence and the noise of that fucking cuckoo clock in the corner that just keeps ticking and ticking and ticking. And he's just sitting there, and then the fucking bird comes out again and honks, and it's 10 p.m. And suddenly he has this memory of when he was 14 years old, and his Aunt Mildred, who used to read palms, she read his palm when he was 14, and she told him that if he lived to be 21, he'd have a long, happy life. And he's about 2 hours away from turning 21. At this point, he can't believe that this is the dumb shit that he's thinking about, but that's what he's thinking about. So he sits there and he waits, and more time passes, and sure enough, midnight hits, and suddenly he just feels this relief, like, can't get me now. I'm gonna make it. And not a minute later, some high-ranking German officer comes storming into the cafe, yelling at all the other Germans. This guy's not like all the other German military guys around here. He's not standard German military. This guy's SS. He's dressed from head to toe in leather. He's got the German dead skull on his hat. He's got the Knight's Iron Cross around his neck, the second highest award for valor in the German military. This dude is super important, and he is super fucking pissed off right now. Now, Bauk doesn't know it at the time, but this SS officer is yelling at all these other German officers like, why are you guys stopped? Why aren't you continuing to advance? We're on a very strict timetable. What the fuck is going on?
Sir, they kicked our ass. Not once, not twice, not 3 times, but 4 fucking times, man. We really did try. Fuck you want from me? We gave it our best shot. Look at them. They don't even give a shit. They're just over there smoking cigarettes. What do you want from me?
So these German officers explain to this SS guy, like, hey, there's a massive American army in this wood line. They've got tanks, they've got machine guns. We're not gonna go fight them at night. They've been fucking us up all day long. We finally captured their forward scout element. So they wait.
Oh, but unbeknownst to them, it's just them. I think, I'm almost pretty sure. Whatever these officers are telling this really angry German officer, I don't think that's true. I think they're imagining things. I think they got their ass whooped so hard that they think that there's an army, when in reality, it's just the 18 guys that are sitting across from you. That's who fucked you up. You're thinking there's a bigger element? Bruh, that is the element.
Until there's enough light to actually go outside. Like 4 a.m., the Germans send out a bunch of scouts into the wood line. They don't find anything because there's nothing there to find, and they have to come to the realization
that y'all got fucked up by 18 guys, and they're sitting right there in that cafe. That is fucking hilarious.
22 dudes with small arms have been fucking them up for the past 22 hours, and they're all incredibly embarrassed. So the Germans take off, hightailing it down this road, half tracks, tanks, and then Lyle Bauk and the rest of the INR platoon are all getting sent to POW camps. Unfortunately, because Bauk is an officer, he's going to get separated from the rest of the guys, and they're going to separate POW camps. From here, you guys know the drill. POW camp is absolutely horrible, the worst possible thing to have to live through. He's starved to death, there's diseases, living in close proximity with other sick people, and as the war progresses, at one point there is actually a prison break. He ends up getting recaptured, stuck back into a POW camp, and as the war continues to progress, for some reason they keep moving him from POW camp to POW camp, and he doesn't know it at the time, but what's actually happening is the Germans are losing the war, and all the German POW camps on the eastern half of Europe are starting to move all their POWs and themselves to the west.
A more concentrated place, right?
Western side, because if these Germans are going to have to surrender to an allied force, they absolutely want to surrender to the Americans, the British, and the Canadians, because if they surrender to them, it's a court date, and if they surrender to the Red Army, it's going to be an execution.
Yeah.
His final POW camp is in Moosburg, and while he's there, a bunch of SS teenagers, like radicalized 16, 17, 18-year-olds with submachine guns that have German officer rank, roll into this POW camp, and they want to execute all the POWs, including Bauk, at which point the normal German army, the Wehrmacht, are like, no, you're not executing all the prisoners. Those are our bargaining chips to turn over to the Allies so we don't get killed.
Yeah.
So absolutely not. And there's this huge fight between the SS and the Wehrmacht, which became more and more common as the war progressed. And ultimately, the Wehrmacht won that argument, and they ended up keeping everybody alive. So Bauk
yeah, because the Wehrmacht, they probably have more seasoned, older, veteran officers in their ranks, and what Fat Electrician just said, these were a whole bunch of just fucking 16, 17-year-old little shits. A little bit too big for their britches. Probably.
got pretty lucky on that one.
Fly in the coop, but I need some more. My crew gonna wipe the floor. You're gonna weep when I shut the door. Yo.
From there, Lyle Bauk remains at that POW camp till the end of World War II. When he is finally released, he weighs 114 pounds and has contracted hepatitis. He is essentially on his deathbed, and he spends months in the hospital. Thankfully, Lyle Bauk does end up recovering. He makes it back home, and from there, he's like, what, 22 at this point? So he's trying to figure out what he wants to do with the rest of his life, and he's like, I mean, I've already dedicated so much of my time to being in the military. Maybe I should just go back and be full-time Army, and he's considering doing that, and then the paperwork comes through, and the Army fucked him over on his back pay and his leave that he had accrued while he was a POW, and he, challenged him on it, and he's like, hey, you did my back pay wrong. You paid me out as a supply NCO when I was actually an officer in the infantry in combat the entire time and serving as a POW. I'd like to be paid as an officer, not as an NCO. And the Army is like, don't care, fuck off. So he's like furious, like the Army has done nothing but treat this guy poorly, right? Like couldn't get artillery fire when he needed it, can't get back pay, and he's just like, screw this, I'm done with the Army. I don't want anything to do with it anymore. Understandably so from his point of view. From there, he kind of hangs around town, meets his high school sweetheart, Lucy, ends up marrying her, trying to decide what he wants to do for a career. And one of the things that helped him recover from all his injuries from the war was actually a chiropractor. So that inspires him to go off and become a chiropractor himself. And from there, there, he just kind of gets to live happily ever after, just like his aunt.
Yeah, and even in these times, I feel like you would make more money as a chiropractor than you would in the military. I feel like they make good money, right? I think they do.
Mildred predicted when she read his palm. For 20 years, he never talked about what he did during World War II. Why would he? He thought he was a failure. He thought that he got given the chance to assemble the best men the 99th Infantry Division had to offer, and he led them into battle.
And it's funny because, like, the people that said no to him on the whole back pay thing probably had no earthly idea of what he did in combat and why he was even a POW to begin with. Which is besides the point. They shouldn't even have to know. This guy was a POW and he was a fucking officer. Give him what he's owed. Jesus.
And got them captured and served out the majority of his time in theater as a prisoner of war. It was nothing to brag about, or at least that's how he felt. So he never really talked about it. And then one day in 1965, he got a letter from one of his men. After 20 years, the United States government was finally putting out extensive volumes of what happened during World War II, and one of the volumes was dedicated to this major German offensive in 1944, December 16th, 1944 specifically, called the Battle of the Bulge. Adolf Hitler had ordered a massive blitzkrieg-style offensive where they were going to split the American and British forces in half by seizing Antwerp, cutting off the supplies, crushing the British and the Canadians, and forcing the Americans to sign a peace treaty. In order for this plan to have any success, it was critical that they had the element of surprise, and because of that, German High Command in the days leading up to the Battle of the Bulge offensive ordered that none of the German scouts were to go out without a German scout dog that was specifically trained to lead the scouts by 100 yards. That way, none of them got caught.
I kind of figured. That is a smart dog, man. Very smart dog. Think about it. That dog was literally creeping. They said they heard footsteps, and they heard the footsteps getting closer and closer, which means the dog is doing this. I've seen dogs do that, mainly like herd dogs, herding dogs, like what are those dogs that herd like sheep and shit? They're super smart, bro, and they like get really low, like a really low profile, and they'll creep. And damn, yeah. So 100 meters in front of the element, I knew that they were close, and that's what I said, bro. Like y'all literally have people. I said you were like literally getting surrounded, but you have people getting closer, closer, and closer. You keep hearing shit. That's because there's something there. Anyways.
Because if a single scout got caught and got interrogated and gave away this
Australian Shepherd, is that what it is? Man, I've seen those dogs do their thing, and it's so impressive. I can't look away when I see those dogs. They get like really low to the ground, and they're herding and they're corralling the farm animals and shit. It's like the coolest thing ever. Super smart.
Battle strategy, it would ruin the entire thing. That's the dog that they shot on December 13th. And that also explains all the ski marks and everything else hundreds of yards behind the dog. The artillery barrage that they survived before the paratroopers attacked, that was the largest artillery barrage of World War II, with over 1,600 artillery pieces firing on the American front for over 90 minutes. That pissed off SS officer that showed up at the cafe at midnight, that was Joachim Piper, the commander of the 1st Panzer Division. The 1st Panzer Division...
God, he just looks like a douchebag, doesn't he?
Artillery barrage of World War II, with over 1,600 artillery pieces firing on the American front for over 90 minutes. That pissed off SS officer that showed up at the cafe at midnight, that was
Just looks like a douchebag, doesn't he? If he were to be played in a movie, he'd be played by Michael Fassbender. That's the face I see when I look at him. You know the guy that plays Magneto? Well, the younger version of Magneto, not the old version.
Joachim Piper, the commander of the 1st Panzer Division. The 1st Panzer Division was the lead element of the 6th Panzer Army, which at this point in time was Germany's premier armored unit that was hand-selected by Hitler himself to have the most important role of the entire military operation. The 6th Panzer Army being
the most important role of the military and you failed.
Comprised of almost 5,000 men and 600 vehicles, tanks, and armored half-tracks, was supposed to be the first element to cross the River Meuse and head straight to Antwerp to cut the Allied forces in half. They were the spearhead of this entire offensive, and
y'all got beat by 22 dudes. This was your most important mission. And not only did you not make it, you didn't even come close to making it, but you got stopped by 22 guys. 22. What's that one meme of Yoda where he's like, "How embarrassing." Right? That's embarrassing.
Johann Piper's 1st Panzer Division was the tip of that spear, and the reason he was so pissed off that night was because the paratroopers getting stopped by the INR platoon created a traffic jam behind them that he was stuck in, and he was 18 hours behind schedule. This German attack was so hasty.
Yo, he got stuck in traffic. That's why he was so mad.
They weren't going to be able to rely on their own supply lines. They had to rely on capturing Allied supplies to be able to continue this attack, including fuel. And since they were 18 hours behind schedule, the Allies were able to adopt new defensive...
Reminds me of that one scene from I think it's Infinity War, where he's like, "I need my brother back," and he's like, "Oh yeah," he does the thing. He's like, "I've been falling for 30 minutes." Been stuck in traffic for 18 hours. 18 hours. What is the problem? Oh, Lord.
Positions, not leave any supplies behind, and the entire 1st Panzer Division would run out of fuel. The weather would break, Allied planes would take the sky, they would attack, and the entire 1st Panzer Division would never cross the River Meuse. The INR platoon and 4 forward observers quite literally blunted the spear of the entire German offensive.
Yeah.
22 men stood in the pocket and stuffed the largest blitz the world has ever seen at the line of scrimmage.
That's crazy.
These 22 men may be responsible for changing the entire outcome of World War II, and at this point...
Yeah, because who knows what happens if the Germans actually succeed there.
In time, nobody really knew anything about it. Some of the military historians knew that something happened over there, but nobody knew what happened, and it's because...
I'm hoping that with all of this information of this battle coming to light over the years, can we get the names of the people that said no to Officer Balk whenever he requested air support? And apparently this was such a pivotal battle. How is the Germans' spearhead offensive that could quite possibly turn the tide of the war ignored? How? That's the biggest question. This was so important, right? And it was so pivotal, and it was... But no help? No help? This one road that could decide a major part of the war. 22 guys. No air support. No cavalry. No reinforcements. No nothing. What the fuck were y'all doing during that time? What? What were y'all doing? Were you finger popping each other's buttholes? What were y'all doing? This guy had to do everything himself.
Because Buch and all of his men got captured after the war. There were no after-action reports. They never got around to filling out all those papers.
Well, have fun at the gym, 32. Hopefully we see you again tomorrow or the next day. We'll be live on Twitch tomorrow doing music. So if you got music, let me know. Put it in the Discord.
They just got sent to the hospital, got patched up, and got sent home. Nobody knew what actually happened. So Buch, 20 years after the fact, writes into his old commanding officer, and then a couple of months later, he never hears anything back, but a silver star just shows up in the mail, only for him. And it's not really what he's looking for, because he figures the rest of his men probably feel the same way he did. They trained just as hard as he did. They went out, they got the same fight, and they ended up getting caught too. They probably feel just like he does, and he wants to make sure that he gets them the recognition. He wants to be the good leader to his men that he never had. For years, he writes letters and petitions and does interviews and talks to journalists about what his men did that day. And for years, nothing really happens. And years turned into decades. And after 2 more decades, he finally breaks through. And in 1981, his men get the recognition they deserve. The INR platoon would retroactively be awarded 4 Distinguished Service Crosses, 5 Silver
It's better late than never.
Stars, and 10 Bronze Stars with V device, and the entire platoon will be awarded the Presidential Unit Citation. If you don't know, a Presidential Unit Citation is the highest award a unit can receive, and it's usually given out to companies or battalions for major battles or something huge. It's very strange for an element as small as a platoon to be given this award. In fact, they were the only platoon of...
It's not strange. It makes sense. They were the only ones that were there. They were the only ones that could do anything. They were the only ones willing to do anything, because the rest of the
the rest of the Allied forces were doing fuck all, especially America, saying, nope, no artillery for you. We got better shit to do, even though this is a really, really, really important road for the Germans. I don't get it, bro. And then take them through the whole fucking process of waiting years for recognition. Fuck you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Continue.
World War II to be given the Presidential Unit Citation. And with that, they became the most decorated platoon of World War II. Thank you for watching. The best way to support the channel is go buy some merch over at thefatelectrician.com. Quack bang, out. It's pretty wild those guys changed the entire course of world history and didn't even know it till 20 years after the fact. I don't know. Maybe there's a message or something in that.
Yeah, that's something. Oh, fuck. That's...
Well, I felt I failed.
Why did you feel that you'd failed when you guys had done?
Well, we're in the hands of the enemy. I just thought we should have done something better, and we didn't. And I felt like what I did was a failure.
No, I don't see it that way.
Now?
Couldn't tell you.
He can't tell you because he's felt this way for so long that it's easier to just keep feeling that way than just completely change your whole train of thought. He's been feeling like a failure his whole damn life. And close to the end of his life, someone tells him, oh, by the way, man, you're actually a hero. And he's just like, I guess. Sure. I suppose, if you think so, I suppose. Get it? Oh, man. And can we have, like, maybe it's the case and I don't know. Can we establish some kind of new committee for issuing out awards to service members? I don't know, having this committee be comprised of Purple Heart recipients, veterans, right? People that have actually done the job. Like, is that the case? Because, like, I mean, something tells me that, like, these awards, they're just being handed out and they're being approved by people that probably have never seen a lick of fucking combat a day in their life. And if that's the case, that needs to change. We need to start giving these awards, and we need to start evaluating these awards by people who have actually received these awards, by people who have actually worked for these awards, for people that actually stepped foot in a place of battle to earn said award. Not some jackass looking at some piece of paper that's never deployed a day in their goddamn life, maybe has never even been in the service. He's just looking at a piece of paper and he just decides, nah, that's not worthy. Who the fuck are you? Right? So how do they do it? And that shit just needs to change. That shit fucking irks me. It irks me. It shouldn't take that damn long. It should never take that damn long. Funny enough, how they will send you to war in less than 30 seconds. They will. And it happens that fast. Interesting how within 6 months I can already be deployed. Crazy, right? You go to basic training, you go to AIT, that's a couple months. You get to your unit, do some unit training, get to know your guys, get to know your first sergeant, your CO, boom, you're deployed. That's what happened to me. I deployed within 6 months of being in the service. So, like, it's funny how the military is so fast to deploy you. But when it comes to actually giving you recognition, dragging their fucking feet. When it comes to giving you anything after your service, dragging your fucking feet. And to that, I say, fuck you, man. That shit needs to change. It irks me. It irritates me. It puts me in a bad mood. Shouldn't take that goddamn long, and it shouldn't even, and this paperwork shouldn't even be evaluated or reviewed by someone that has never even been shot at before. Some fucking jackass paper pusher. Oh.
Okay. That's that's gonna do it, ladies and gents. I am out. I am I got things I want to do, but yeah, I gotta put my niece to bed. I didn't realize it was almost that time. All right, I should have gone live earlier, but I went live as early as I could today. But yeah, it'll be music tomorrow. So if you have any music requests, put them in the Discord. You know where to put them. Patrons, y'all have a place to put them. Non-patrons, y'all have a place to put them, and I know where to find them. All right. So yeah, I'm out. Love you guys. I hope y'all have a fantastic evening. Hope y'all have a good night. Hopefully I see y'all tomorrow. If I don't see y'all tomorrow, maybe this weekend. If I don't see you this weekend, have a good rest of your week and enjoy your weekend. All right. So love y'all.